Okay, Dave. We're ready to start. Whenever I can untangle my fucking... There we go. Alright. I've only seen a bit of this game, so I'm not really sure exactly what it is, so this'll be fun.
Once upon a time, the infamous rover Reynardo plundered the floating isles. Then his mother called him to her deathbed. "Swear to me that you won't die on the gallows," she rasped. Reluctantly, he swore. And he whiled away his days at home with music, cards, and wine. But the Emperor had changed. He'd been good once, a shy, almost humble toad. He'd built universities. Then people started whispering about mass graves in the woods, midnight rituals,
Oh dear.
victims screaming. The Imperial Ravens would round up entire villages, and no one ever returned. The Ravens had come to Ubar scouting for ancient books said to be of great power. But the librarians had hidden the books, so they'd burnt the librarians. The citizens, outraged, had driven them off. The Ravens had come back with dropships. The kid had fled with one of those books. He was brave and dumb and wanted to join the rebellion. And Reynardo had promised his mother he'd protect him.
Well, that started heavy, didn't it? Once upon a time, the world was fucked. Oh, sweet. Okay.
The kid was looking down, watching his city burn. "Sorry, kid," Reynardo told the kid. "Look, if we give them the book, they'll leave you alone." "My mother died for this book!" "I promised her I'd protect you." "Oh, damn it." The kid had run off. With the book, of course. So Reynardo had to run after him.
Ooh, very pretty.
The two ravens were staring at the kid like he was their dinner, which probably was what was in their tiny brains. "Hey," Reynardo said. They cocked their heads at him. "Pick on someone as ugly as you." "Wait, looking all right?" "The Emperor!" The ravens cawed and rushed at him. A dropship flew overhead. Hoped they hadn't noticed him. The kid.
Hold X to grab, aim, and... Okay.
Oh, right. The Gate of Heroes. Someone's idea of a joke, making the Skyship Docks a gated community. You needed a hero's sword to open it. And the kid was on the other side of the gate. "Who let you through? Promise me you'll take the book to the rebels, or I'm gonna steal your ship." "I'm not taking that damn book anywhere, and neither are you." "Try and stop me," laughed the kid. "I bet you don't even have a hero sword." And with that, the kid hopped away. Had to hand it to the kid. was an idiot, but he had guts. Where was Renato going to get a hero sword?
Give me a hero sword.
Ore and wind essence? That sounds about perfect.
Sword crafting. Swords crafting menu. Here you can craft and upgrade powerful magic swords together. Okay. Collect the required materials. Craft a sword. Look badass. And you've got ore.
A hero sword. QED.
Ooh. Sweet. Anything else?
This is what he got for settling down and finding people to care about. The kid's mum had been a swell cook, and she'd laughed at Renato's jokes, even when he didn't know he'd made one. And then the ravens had come to burn her, and she'd made him promise to protect the kid. But she never told him where the book was, just the kid. He came up to a ledge. It was too far to jump. There'd been a bridge here before, hadn't there? And there was Peter, giggling at him. "How'd you get across?" he asked the kid. "Where'd you find a hook?" "I hopped," said the kid. Wise-ass kid. "Hey, look out behind you!" "Cute," said Renato. Ah, ravens.
This game's so cute.
It was time to talk some sense into the kid. Just hook his way across the ledge and chase the kid down. Thing was, he hadn't used his hook since he'd retired. How had he done it? Maybe if he meditated at that altar there, he'd remember his old skills.
Okay, sweet. Skills. Each time you gain a level, you also gain skill points. Spend your skill points at the altar scattered throughout Borearis to gain new powerful abilities and upgrade existing ones. Skill tiers. There are 4 tiers of skill. The more truth you discover, the more tiers you unlock. Skill info. Here you can find descriptions of each skill and unlock requirements. You have skill points to spend. Go buy the hook shot.
It was starting to come back to him.
Post.
Something you never
Yay.
completely forgot.
You
Like
know
how to freeze
You know
time.
nothing, Arctic Fox. Okay.
The more he'd probably remember.
Posts you can hook in order to pull enemies towards you. Got it. Ooh. Ooh. That's cool.
And there was the Farfarer. She was the fastest ship he'd ever known. She could do the Kestra run in 12 furlongs. Oh, so the salesman had told him. And something told him the kid was about to walk into an ambush. "Stop!" he shouted. "I'm not giving you the book!" shouted the kid, and took off. "No! Peter!" But the kid ran for it, and a goggler nailed him with its ivy.
Oh my god.
The book was unburned. Next to it were the buckles from the kid's shoes, and a kid-sized pile of ashes.
Fucking hell.
Why hadn't he lied and told the kid he'd take the book to the rebels? The kid would be alive now. Really pissed off and betrayed, but alive. Oh, damn it. Renato picked up the book. He couldn't let the Empire have it now. He was going to have to get it out of there. He'd be a wanted man. Probably have to join the rebellion just to have a place to dock. Well, he'd hated home life anyway.
Sorry, kid.
What was the big deal about this book, anyway? Maybe he should open it.
This is literally 11 minutes into this game, and already mass murders by birds, and a kid's just been turned into a pile of dust. Alright.
War was a blur, and now 3 Raven scout ships were chasing him. Where are you running, rebel? Cawed the Raven captain over the loud hailer. Renato could see them cranking up their catapults. Just going out for milk? Renato yelled back. Where can you run? Laughed the Raven horribly. Far behind him, another city was burning. The dark cloud above its island was thousands of Imperial ships. The fleet was doing a thorough job. Take us to the rebel base, and we'll spare your life! It cawed. The entire jury-rigged rebel fleet was only a few islands to the east. Beyond that were only the pillars of heaven. A sea of endless blood-colored tornadoes. The rebellion was out of time. Unless Renato could bring a game-changer. Maybe he could. Renato had found out where he could find the pieces of the Sky Ripper. The legendary weapon that had exiled the lost gods. Surely a legendary weapon could win the final battle. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino had sent Renato a desperate message saying he had a brilliant scheme to save the rebellion. If Renato could only rescue him. Renato dived the Farfarer towards the abyss. As he felt the heat of the jet stream, the Raven ships peeled off, not stable enough to follow him down there. Now it was time to choose. Lapino or the Sky Ripper.
You can make new old friends. You can't make new old friends. The rebellion was out of time, and Renato needed a game changer. Even though Lapino wasn't what anyone would consider a game changer, he could come up with some harebrained schemes. Maybe rescuing him was worth it. Or the rebellion was out of time, and Renato needed a game changer. An ancient artifact that defeated the lost gods would indeed be a game changer. Though it was split into 2 pieces many years ago, Renato could rebuild it by first getting the armature. If anyone's watching, does anyone want to give me votes? Lapino or Sky Ripper? Bunny or ancient powerful thing from the gods? I don't know. Find a friend, find the gods. I don't really know. Do this one.
Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The Transcendent Emperor had buried its pieces. What could have brought them to light? This Emperor, Isengrim III, had once been kind, but he'd gone mad. And now he was conducting secret, obscene rituals to bring back the lost gods. Had he, somehow, summoned the long-lost components of the legendary weapon out of the deep places of the earth? It was more than Reynardo could fathom. But if he could find a legendary weapon, he would use it. As he set foot on the island, Reynardo could not help but feel a tinge of guilt. He'd left Lapino behind. He hoped the Mad Rabbit had somehow escaped the Ravens. He hoped they hadn't eaten him. If they had, he hoped they hadn't eaten him alive. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper? Reynardo never made plans that required constant vigilance. He was a hero. He didn't think too much. He just went with his gut and hoped it all worked out. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends. That was against his nature. Could he stick with it?
Ooh.
If I craft a sword now, it's going to be really short.
Okay. God damn it. Aha. Sweet, okay.
Huh? A lever? That was new. Most people still use doorknobs.
Shit, shit, shit. Fucking hell.
The eyes have had it. The people who had built this castle, did they even know what monstrous weapon lay hidden within their walls? The Sky Ripper could destroy anything it touched, or so the legend said. As the Transcendent Emperor had fought the lost gods, thousands of thousands had died. But Reynardo had been through wars. The only merciful war was a short one. Hero Wall, Hero Sword. Ice Wall, Ice Cube.
Nice.
Renado's blood was up. We just needed to smash something.
I'm really enjoying this. So I can make a new sword. Oh. The truth behind the Sky Ripper is shrouded in a thick fog. The most believable tale is that the Transcendent Emperor has used the Sky Ripper to banish Iblis. Then the TE buried the weapon and vanished. Was it a self-imposed exile to rid the world of its last divine presence, or was it the price to pay for using such a tremendous power? Could the Sky Ripper and Iblis have a deeper connection than just a weapon and its victim? My ritual will summon the Iblis stone. Perhaps I should worry that they will also cause the Sky Ripper to resurface. If that is the case, I should spare no resources to find it. A weapon that can banish gods is an invaluable bargaining chip should the old ones decide to double-cross me. It is in their nature to try. But gods are predictable, and I can rely on that to always be one step ahead. Emperor Ixnorm III Secret Journal. Oh. Make a nice one. Shit.
Anyone ever tell you have a lovely eye? No?
God, I hate enemies like this. Can I save? No, I can't save.
Can't we just agree to disagree? Said Renado. No?
Nice.
Puzzle.
Oh.
Renado loved puzzles. Except when he couldn't figure them out. On the other hand, if there was a puzzle, it was probably meant to keep people away from something good. I build my castle, thought Renato, all my gates are going to open with buttons, and all the levers will drop rocks at your head.
Aha!
See? That wasn't so hard.
Dash L and X.
It was starting to come back to him.
Oh.
Something you never completely forgot. Like how to freeze time when attacking. The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember. Who needed bridges anyway?
It's a shame I can't turn the camera because I want to. Because like, why is that there? Should I go back? I don't think I can.
There it was. Skyripper's armature. The stuff that dreams are made of. Engineers' dreams, anyway. The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill to make a thing like it. How was it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Skyripper had a heart. A core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, there was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all. He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him.
For some inexplicable reason, Renato chose Zenobia. Renato has found the armature of the Skyripper. Without the core, it would just be an empty and useless. Maybe she's seen as Zenobia, who had just invaded the city nearby. She was the Emperor's adopted daughter and greatest general, but she also was his friend. Renato didn't know why, but he felt the urge to see her. Renato found the armature. Without the core, it would just be empty. The only reason one would seek the armature was to build the legendary weapon that once banished the lost gods. Obviously, Renato should get the core. Should I just go get the core? Because there's lots of endings to this game apparently, so I'll just go get the core.
It was a no-brainer. He'd sacrificed his old friend Lapino to get the armature. And the armature was useless by itself, only a series of coils and wheels. War demanded sacrifices. A battlefield or a sword's point before all this was over. He was sure of that. The power was in the core. Obviously, he had to get the core.
I'm just doing the kind of most straightforward one, and then whenever we get into the new, like if there's a new game plus or something in this, because I feel like I'm going down the quickest route. This is pretty quick.
Doubt sunk in before he was even out of sight of the Farfarer. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper? It was the sort of path he'd always avoided. The path of responsibility, of seriousness. Had he grown up? He didn't feel grown up. He'd made this decision from his gut, like he always did. Somehow, he'd impulsively decided to stop being impulsive. Did that make any sense?
No.
He hoped his hook didn't break.
Jump down? Alright, why not? Whee! It's red lyrium.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Oh god.
Where did that go to? There were fewer and fewer trees. There were only these huge crystalline growths. Had those been here before? He no longer heard birds except for the feverish cawing of the ravens when they attacked. He couldn't smell the small animals of the forest, the mice and rabbits. Where had they gone? And he was getting hungry too. This was an unhealthy place to be. Renato felt like he was ready to learn new things. Thank goodness he didn't have to go to school for that.
I have the shot. Huh. Combo! Attack immediately when the previous attack hits and land the perfect double. Strike double cost and double the combo points. Sweet. I don't know where I'm going. Decided to jump down a well. Why not? Glow. Breaker!
Good to practice your moves, thought Reynardo. Keeps you limber. The 20 silent and saw there. This felt like that. As quick as he could, he wrangled the icosahedron into the armature.
The
wheels
icosahedron
began to spin, then glow. The sick feeling quickly spun away. Now he only felt sad. He had lost good friends for this war apparatus. He carried his prize back to the Farfarer. Now he had to make his next move. There was a key Imperial outpost on the Nexus. If this really was some sort of super weapon, he could use it to wreak havoc on the enemy. And if it wasn't, well, better to know that before the final battle. But maybe he should show it to some scientists first. There was an observatory on the Nexus. Maybe he should go there before he fired it.
The Skyripper was complete. The super weapon could put an end to the Emperor's madness, but had Reynardo assembled it correctly, would it work in the critical moment? The scientists in Nexus would surely give answers. The Skyripper was complete, but would it work at the critical moment? Maybe they failed testing, and Imperial outpost in the Nexus was a perfect target. Scientists?
Well, of course. If you've just assembled a weapon out of legend that can exile gods from the world, you'd want to have a scientist or two look at it. And even if they disagreed and he had time, he could ask Calaveras himself. Yes, the observatory would be his objective.
I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm just going with it. I'm just... Because apparently there's like 24 endings. I was looking up there, and there's like, so there's no wrong ending. I have this weird feeling that this game's going to be over soon, so we can do it again! Make different options. Ooh.
Why had the parts of the Skyripper only surfaced now? Thousands of years after the Transcendent Emperor had dismantled it. The mad Emperor Isengrim had performed terrible, bloodthirsty rituals to invoke the lost gods. Was that why these ancient artifacts were rising out of the ground? How perfect, then, that the Skyripper would reappear to be his destruction.
I haven't found another build table anywhere.
It was a bit windy up here. Coming back to him. He wondered what he'd remember next.
Defensive reflexes. Slow down time after successful counter until your next action. Take a breath and plan your next move. Counter and aggressive defense. Can I upgrade this? No. countering an attack now causes damage.
He missed his old skills. He welcomed them back like he was at a reunion.
I want to be able to build swords again. I've not found another crafting table. It's weird.
A legendary weapon was exactly what the rebellion needed. They were outnumbered. The once kind emperor had become a tyrant. But his ravens stayed loyal, for he fed them his victims, and the other animals were too frightened to rebel. Renato shuddered at what the emperor was trying to do. To bring back the lost gods, the Black Harvest, the Black Sun? No. He would stop that toad, no matter what the risk.
Why did it take me this way? It wasn't here. Alright. There's something over there. Okay. Oh, there's a chest. Missed the chest.
Renato's path was clear. Let the scientists ensure the Sky Ripper was safe to use, bring it to the rebel base, and then assault the Imperial fleet for the win.
Oh, thank God.
A crafting bench. Renato wondered what he could make with it.
Oh! Don't have any gems. Right.
His trusty old sword was always a little better when he sharpened it.
Ooh.
Renato hated warlocks, the way they stayed back and lobbed pain and death from a distance. Cowards. Really dangerous, effective cowards.
See where this is taking us.
There was an engraving. Maximum capacity, 130 people.
Alright.
Renato was thrilled. The scientists seemed to think he'd put the Sky Ripper together right. But one toad was worried.
Yeah, Sky Ripper could tear a hole in existence itself. There are invisible strings that
I like the
tie
voice actor in
universe
this.
together. If Sky Ripper cut one, the hole would widen and widen until our whole existence fell into it.
Another toad sighed. Oh, Irving still believes in string theory.
At least go see Calaveras.
Yeah, said the worried toad.
He knows more than anyone else has forgotten about the Transcendent Emperor.
If anyone could tell him how to use this weapon safely, it would be Calaveras. It was he who had told Renato how to find it in the first place. But maybe he had to give up on using it as a weapon. Maybe he had to go to the secret rebel base and ask the generals there what he could do with a weapon that he dared not use.
So the Sky Ripper could destroy existence itself. If there was the slightest chance this was true, Calaveras the High Sage was the final authority in legendary artifacts. If anyone could dispel Renato's doubts, it would be him. Renato had to assume the worst and not use the Sky Ripper. Maybe he should bring it to the rebel base. Maybe there was OHG use the Sky Weapon without using it.
Renato was about to leave when he was stopped by one of the scientist toads.
There is something else you should know. There are rumors the Ravens are searching for an ancient artifact on a nearby desert island. There are legends of something called the Iblis Stone, a gem of great and evil power.
Where is this island? Asked Renato.
Yeah, sort of that way?
Said the toad, pointing vaguely west. The fleet was already there. There was nothing Renato could do about it. For the moment. On the way to the ruins of the city of Ubar, Renato had plenty of time to ponder what the toads had said. Strings and holes and something called anti-stuff. Well, he didn't understand any of it, but it made him nervous. Renato would hear one metaphor and decide the Sky Ripper was safe, and then another, and worry it was catastrophically dangerous. If it could destroy the entire world, nothing was worth risking that. But if it couldn't, then not using it would be an act of cowardice. He would bring the Sky Ripper to the council. Wiser heads would know what to do.
I'm just going with as I said, I'm just winging it. What my gut is telling me. Because I have a feeling that this is nearly over, so we can play it again, like, straight away. Because I'm enjoying it, and there's lots of things I didn't get!
The truth was, if it wasn't safe, then it was dangerous. They
Yes.
couldn't use it. He'd found the Sky Ripper for nothing. He should have rescued his friend Lupino. Oh, he should have confronted Zenobia. He had nothing but his sword. But maybe the council would have an idea? It was definitely easier to fight inanimate objects.
Huh.
Renato had heard stories of a dungeon where chests were filled with potions and weapons. Fairy tales.
Felt like Tarzan.
A raven cawed, "There he is!" And they ran away, cawing. They knew he had the cord, didn't they? And they were afraid of it. Little did they know, he couldn't use it. Wait, if they didn't know he couldn't use it... Yes! A sword can be powerful without ever being drawn from its scabbard.
Nope. Go this way first. Well, we went that way. It was really good. Glad we went that way.
As for the gate, well, he could take her or leave her. Sorry. It's best I could do. Boy, if looks could kill.
I like this game. It's full of puns.
Long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good. Ice walls only let you through if they knew you were cool.
No! Bollocks. You have died. Stop from checkpoint. Need to get rid of the wizard. for fuck's
To
sake!
everything, there is a season. He turned over and died.
Why am I only have half my health? I have full health. Ah, fuck me. That's a bit shit. Oh, you died, so you know we restart with half your health and like none of the energy you had when you entered this checkpoint. Sucks to be you. Hello, Robo Dude. How are you doing, dude?
Renato barely made it to the hideout when he was shoved into a meeting room.
I'm good.
He laid out his
I'm
plan.
currently just playing this game. I've had it like for a while, but
Left the Emperor with an unusable weapon.
Yeah, it's brilliant, laughed Renato. He keeps sending ravens, none of them come back. How does he know it's my sword?
I suppose there's no harm if it fails. Take the Sky Ripper into a firing position.
Croaked the speaker.
I shall attempt
Hello.
to hit him by far, Speaker.
It was
Rico?
a huge bluff.
Rilko?
Renato
I'm
had
sorry, I
no cards
butchered your
to
name.
play. Just a weapon that could maybe destroy everything
Ad
he hated and
Rilko?
everything he loved.
How you doing?
Could he be sure it wouldn't work? No, of course not. Of course the Emperor couldn't be sure it wouldn't work, and he must believe in ancient weapons if he hoped to bring back the lost gods, right?
How's everyone's weekend going so far? I've got a... Well, this game's... I feel like this is nearly over, so we can try for the other, like, couple of endings. Because, like, I've only been playing it for an hour, and I think I'm near the end. And there's loads of different paths I didn't take, so... We're gonna do it! It's great to keep showing me those doors, but you
What
can't...
terms could he offer Isengrim III? Now, he would have to step down, obviously. And accept the rebellion? Was that asking too much? Maybe Renato would ask him to make Zenobia Empress. Yeah, his daughter, after all. She would never sacrifice innocent kittens and puppies to bring back the lost gods. No. Renato had to seem confident. Overconfident, even. Like he was sure he could blow up the Emperor's ship to hell. I mean, who believes a cautious bluff?
See. Playing Dark Souls 3, nice. I just beat Bloodborne, so it was recently. Tempted to buy Dark Souls 3, but I'm not sure. Oh, I don't have that sword.
Well,
Oh, bollocks.
he always wanted to do that.
It's not what I wanted to pick, but alright. Nice. I forgot to mention I played this game. It has a great story to it. Yeah, I'm really loving it.
Sharp? Check. Pointy? Check. Flexible? Check. What else do you need in a sword?
Oh.
These platforms were great. Ronaldo wanted one for his house.
This is so cool. This is such a good game.
When Ronaldo went to the china shop, for some reason the owner was always nervous.
Can I go back that way? What?
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Fuck me! It's just like we need a Game of Thrones reference. Oh, I can't get in there. Whee!
Good! And it didn't run for me nest. Send the lead, Raven.
Ah!
Oh, it was strange. Fighting to place a weapon he could not use. But he could end the war tonight with just a threat.
Ow.
So much more humane than destroying a ship or an entire fleet. And then he would destroy the Sky Ripper in case some other adventurer was tempted. You never knew about some of these other foxes. Yeah. Soon, it would all be over.
Did I miss it? I missed. Oh, no.
look down, he thought.
I'd like some health, please.
Surprisingly unwounded.
I don't know where I'm going. I'm just going.
Soon he'd confront the Emperor. Funny that this whole war had come about because the Emperor feared death. And now it was coming for him. There was some sort of lesson there, wasn't there?
Don't fear death. Shields will block your attacks. Grab and throw. Fuck! I was trying to grab him and it wouldn't let me grab him. Alright, okay, yeah, I get it. Yep. I'm trying to... I can't grab him, it won't let me. There we go. Oh! Great. Oh, for fuck's sake! I don't have that skill yet. Oh! It's not letting me like grab them and throw them. Every time I grab one, it hits me. Oh. It's gonna get so fucking annoying. And the fact that it doesn't start you back with full health when you had full health. I hit you! There we go.
You set up the Sky Ripper and let it warm up.
It's like a small Death Star.
Flanked by a whole platoon of ravens. I know you, Reynardo. You won't actually use that, she said. I know what the scientist told you. That it would totally...
I do counter hit.
You're reckless, Reynardo. Bold.
This is hard with the shield, guys.
Brave. Devil-may-care. Wild. Impulsive. Hasty. Rash. Sometimes even a little harebrained. A bit feckless, even. You just don't think things through. Oh, get to the point, woman. But you're not crazy. How do you know I didn't go crazy? Demanded Reynardo, doing his very best to look crazy. Well, go ahead then. Press the trigger. Oh, damn her. She'd seen through him again. She never fell for his bluffs. This was the moment to do something brilliant. To come up with exactly the right thing to say, to make a heroic move. That's what heroes do. Oh, but he couldn't think of anything that wasn't obviously stupid. He was too shocked to move. Her ravens came and seized the Sky Ripper.
Great.
He stared as they pushed it over the side into the abyss. Hey! Oh, I fought really hard to get that. It should never have come back. And yet, to admit she was right, she had always been right. It was one of the frustrating things about her. Years later,
Great.
as he rotted to his death in an Imperial prison cell, Reynardo was still trying to come up with something.
What a great
clever
ending
and heroic
that I got.
he could have done in that last moment, but he never could.
Wow, I got the shittiest
Okay,
ending.
that was weird. He could have sworn he just died. Instead, he was on the Farfarer, sailing away from Ubar. And it was still burning. He'd fled burning Ubar years ago, hadn't he? And now he was back there. Had all those years fighting the Empire been nothing but a vision into the future? A useful vision if it was true. He'd learned something. The core was powerful, but dangerous if used improperly.
Oh. Sweet.
He'd made bad choices. But now, when the real battle came, he wouldn't make those choices. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The book's pages began to flip backwards, towards the beginning. And he realized that his adventure was just beginning. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Reynardo knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing.
We'll go to Lapino?
Lapino was no game changer, but could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
We'll go to Lapino.
Ah, Lapino. Apparently, the Mad Rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble, given time. But he was out of time. The Ravens had figured out that Lapino was a rebel spy. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse.
That's cool though. At least I don't have to start like a whole new game again. It's just went, let's go back to just after the first part where, you know, the baby rabbit got turned into a pile of dust. You know, remember that sad bit? Do you remember that sad moment? Because I remember that sad moment. Remember how 11 minutes into this game that the world was going to fuck and then a baby rabbit just got turned into a pile of dust?
Apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens?
Anger management. So I can't make that one, but I can make this one.
This burning sword from the south was terrific for barbecuing sausages and ravens.
So. Did I just miss a lot of stuff? No.
The Ravens had taken the town. Renato had seen villages emptied like this. All the people taken away to be sacrificed in the Emperor's secret rituals. Renato hoped the people were just hiding. Firewalls only let you through if they think you're hot enough.
Explorer. What?
Once you try it, you're hooked.
Oh, come on! I keep getting stuck. Okay, let me interact with the thing. Okay. I need to go fast. There we go. Ooh. Nice.
He shouldn't get impatient. He needed to take the time to figure out what all his experience had brought him.
Oh, there we go. If you're enjoying the stream and you aren't following already, hit the follow button. I would greatly appreciate it.
Can I borrow that? over here. Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast.
Or a snack.
Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Where had the mad rabbit got to?
Should I go back up the hill first? Because there was a chest up there. So I'll go up there first. Oh, I can't go back. Bollocks. Oh. Why is there two paths to the same place? Alright. Ugh.
Renato felt a chill run down his back. Possibly a flea.
What possibly a flea? I have a feeling those void doors must have something really cool in them.
Renato, smash!
Renato smash.
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lupino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lupino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The ravens are coming. Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, we see this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia.
We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer and, oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power.
I'm gonna go to Zenobia. Maybe Lupino was right. Maybe they should kidnap the Emperor's only daughter and the greatest general. These stories? Back to choices. We'll do this.
Zenobia wasn't just the Emperor's daughter, of course. She'd been Renato's best friend in Swordfu school.
Swordfu.
And you're still mad for her. The rabbit reminded him. They'd been close. She'd told him things no one else knew. But she'd never told him who she really was.
She knows all the Emperor's plans, chuckled the master spy.
She won't give them up easily.
She'll tell the interrogators, all right,
said Lupino. Taking her would change the game, all right.
Hope everyone has having a good weekend. This is a good game to stream. I'm actually feeling really yay streaming this because I've been in a limbo for games at the minute. I'm like, because I'm Filipino's plan. All right. Yeah, I was gonna go down Zenobia's track anyway because I wanted to go down the more people
The
route.
city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
Oh, I want to go back up. Can I go back up? Can I go back up? I can't go back up. Bollocks. Oh, alright.
He needed some way to break the ice of this wall, so to speak.
I don't have it upgraded. I've got the. Oh, there we go. Ooh, treasure hunter. I need to find a crafting table.
Gogglers. Renato hated gogglers. It was almost impossible to sneak past them. If one didn't spot you, another one would. Sleep tight, thought Renato. So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfair a little bit on fire, Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renato hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renato. Oh, this is gonna be fun, said Lupino, as he ran to go set up his marvelous plan.
Alright. I mean, sure, why not?
Hey! Hey, a workbench! He could try out his new bling.
Treasure hunter said to increase chance of rare loot. Nice. And energy on kill. Bet you there's some really good stuff behind the purple doors.
He wasn't that good.
Yet.
Renato felt dubious about the whole plan. With every step, he was waiting for it all to go horribly wrong. But against all odds, Pino's idiotic plan worked. Zenobia's ravens ran off after the geese, the net dropped,
and Renato jumped out of the watermelon and put his sword to Zenobia's throat.
Reynardo, she said. Are those new scars? They look good on you. You never returned my velvet jacket. It was my favorite. You look stupid in velvet. Oh, what does an imperial princess know about style? Oh, get a room, you two, said Latino.
But the fleet was coming on fast, so they put Zenobia on the Farfarer and took her east, over the Nexus.
She'd vanished from Swordfu School, from his life, without even saying goodbye, without ever telling him she was the Emperor's adopted daughter. Ah, Lapina was right, Renato thought reluctantly. She knows things. She recognized his look. You're taking me to the interrogators, aren't you? She said, wide-eyed. And then she jumped, with horror. Renato saw Zenobia plummeting. Then he saw the Nexus below them. Cats always land on their feet.
Ah, she'll head for the Imperial outpost.
Yelled Lapino.
You have to catch her.
God damn it.
Cats can run faster, but foxes can run longer. If he ran, he could head her off before she reached her minions at the outpost. Well, he did love a good chase. Renato felt a little better.
Come on, give me stuff.
What were these poles exactly? Parking meters from the time of the lost gods?
I don't know where I'm going. Bye, chest. Damn it.
That is how we do it, said Renato to himself.
Oh, mental resistance, nice. At school we learned the gospel of the Transcendent Emperor, the last divinity to pierce the skies. He would banish the evil old gods and grant us the gift of time, but could one man, divine as he may be, create something as intricate as time? I have my own theory. I believe that time is a symptom rather than a gift. I am convinced that on a cosmic scale there is a pendulum motion between order and chaos. The Transcendent Emperor ended chaos and started the age we live in, an age of cause and effect, of fact and logic. Time is merely the tapestry upon which these laws manifest themselves. It is the foundation of order's companion, entropy. But in the age of chaos, when the old gods reign, Perception carries more weight than fact. Emotions can shape worlds and time cease to exist. The age of order is ending. I am merely helping the inevitable. Entropy has been broken. Fate has been breached. The end of time is coming, and I shall embrace it. Emperor Isgrim III's secret journal. I don't know where I'm going. Oh, it's this way. Nope. Okay.
This chest had teaspoons stolen from every inn in Boreas. Oh, and something more useful.
He was closing on her. He could smell her fear. He tried not to think about the interrogators at the secret base. What did they do to her? Maybe it didn't have to end that way. Maybe he could talk to her. But, after all, there were worse things the Imperials had done to friends of his.
Ooh, wouldn't his gauntlet look swell with that jewel in it?
Ooh, how did I get over there? Oh, what the fuck are you?
Bernardo reached the outpost. The Imperials there were no match for him. Soon after, Zenobia limped up the path. When she realized he was already in front of her, she didn't even try to run. Oh, you left without saying goodbye. Again, he said, "Please. I'm enjoying this a little too much," she said, shaken.
Oh, spare us the chit-chat, would you?
Said Lapino as he shackled her hands so she couldn't throw spells.
She knows all his plans. All the way back to the Farfarer. Lapino nagged Renato about how the interrogators would pry all the intel out of Zenobia. How that would turn the tides in the imminent battle. All they had to do was take her to the rebels' secret base. Renato didn't like to think about what the interrogators would do to her. Couldn't he just talk to her?
Once again, Zenobia was Renato's prisoner. The next stop would be the rebel base, but the things interrogators would do to her, Renato could skip the base and find a way to interrogate Zenobia by himself. The things interrogators would do to her, the thought made Renato shudder, was necessary so they could win the war. Yes, he would take Zenobia to the secret rebel base. Oh, this is too cruel, skip the rebel base. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know which one to take. I'm not gonna take her to the interrogators.
As they pulled away from the Nexus, Renato could see the fear in Zenobia's eyes. I can't take her to those creatures at the base, he whispered to Lapino.
Ah, you've gone soft. Soft in the head. We captured her for what she knows.
I'll take her to the mountains. Tell all the horrible things the Emperor's done. Yeah, believe me. She'll turn. And he turned the wheel.
The hell you will!
Shouted Lapino, and he grabbed the wheel back from him. The two of them wrestled for control of the ship. It shot off like a mad sparrow. Suddenly,
God damn it.
Renato was falling. When he came to, Zenobia was standing over him.
Ooh.
Why didn't you take me to the base to be interrogated? She demanded. Do you know what's left of people they interrogate? This is some trick, isn't it? To make me fall for you again. Well, I won't. Oh, go on then. Scurry back to your ravens. I can't stop you. But strangely, she didn't. As Renato set off to find the Farfarer, she followed him, keeping just out of sight of the ravens.
Smell any better dead, Renato thought.
I don't know where I'm going.
As Renato stopped to sniff the wind, Zenobia came up, still mad.
Did you really think you'd just talk me into betraying my father?
Oh yeah, sure, that was exactly my plan.
That was exactly
Then
his plan.
why aren't you even talking to me?
Because I've never talked you into anything in my life. They're gonna court-martial you for letting me go. He caught a whiff of the Farfarer. Wet rope, tar, and a cask of Scobel ale he'd spilt last year.
It was that way.
I love these little platforms. Ooh. Such a pretty game. It's so beautiful. I keep missing chess and it's hurting my brain.
Renato's paws were getting numb. Calaveras really didn't want company, did he?
Renato wondered if he should have taken Zenobia to the rebel base for real. Maybe she wasn't playing him after all. After the bleak talk about the Emperor's dark secrets, he was regretting his suspicion.
Renato wondered idly if people who had built these poles had really, really long tentacles. Sure enough, the Farfarer had crashed in some rocks. There was no sign of Lupino. Zenobia caught up. All that kid stuff in Swordfu School. Look, look, that's the past. We're adults now. We have duties to other people. We have destinies. What are you talking about? And you are the most arrogant, slow-witted, light-fingered, mercenary, immoral, reckless. Run away with me, said Renato, and he realized he meant it. Just like that? She
Yes,
demanded.
just like that.
I will, if you will. So, she kissed him.
Ah.
And it was the best kiss he'd ever had. They held hands as they boarded the Farfarer. Renato felt light-hearted, like the winds that were playing the rigging like a balalaika. But Lupino, I need to get back to Lupino, he said, suddenly realizing he could have been captured. A prisoner. He's not. How'd you know? He saw something in her eyes he didn't understand. He fell, didn't he? Into the abyss.
She looked away, wouldn't answer.
But then a bolt smashed through the Farfarer's keel. The broken ship plummeted out of the clouds.
Oh, shit. I'm gonna run away with my cat girlfriend and you can't stop me, game. God damn it. I got a really shitty end on last time. I want a happy one now. Fuck the war. I don't give a shit.
Renato picked himself off the deck. They were alive.
We have to get to my private ship, she said. Do you trust me? I guess I must, he said. You go on ahead. Clear the path, she said. I can't kill my own soldiers.
He wanted to say that he didn't trust her, that he had no idea what he was getting into. But he had no choice, did he? He was following his heart. That's what it means to be a hero. You had to follow your heart.
Have I been here before? I have. Right.
That could come in handy in a pinch. That was always a rush.
Oh, it's this place again.
Renato hoped his mother wasn't watching.
I think this is yours, said Renato. But he couldn't hear his enemy's answer.
We went the other way the last time, so we'll go this way this time. Ow.
They paused to catch their breath.
I wanted to get the...
It was strange to be so close to her. What are you thinking? He asked. I'm trying very hard not to think. Me too, he said. Up ahead, he could see the thin silver of Zenobia's personal ship. It looked fast. They would leave all this behind.
Oh my god!
Should have died a pirate, he thought.
His mother had never let him wave his sword around at home. He guessed he was still compensating for that. gone rather well, actually.
Mord. We're doing fine. We're doing great. It's this way this time. Such a good game.
There was an
I'm
inscription
so
on
glad
the
I'm playing
platform.
this.
Balaleka lessons with an address.
Sweet, I must remember that. What are you? I did it. I did
As
it!
she reached her ship, Renato suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach.
Oh
He
no!
was surprised to see a crossbow bolt sticking out of it.
I was gonna lead the Empire to our secret base, said Lapino. But no, you had to screw up my plan because you still got a thing for her.
Renato stared at Zenobia. The kiss. Was it real? She said, with a look of indescribable sorrow. She gestured and said an arcane
God
word,
damn it!
and Lapino went flying into the abyss, screaming, "I'm telling your father!" Then she knelt down to cradle his head, and her paws felt very soft and warm. Renato stared at the book. He was still alive. Again. And still only flying away from burning Ubar. Had he lived that adventure? Or only dreamt it? Had he really died? It felt so real, not like a dream at all. And he'd lost again. Oh, he hated that. But he had made different choices. And he'd lost in a different way. It was the book, wasn't it? Oracles showed you your destiny. But this was showing him different ways he could die miserably.
Wonderful.
Thanks a bunch, book, he thought. But these were destinies that he did not have to fulfill. But he'd learned another true thing. Lapino was a traitor. Renato had suspected there was something wrong with the Mad Rabbit. But now he knew there was malice behind his goofiness.
Okay.
That meant there must be a destiny where he survived and won, right? Otherwise, what was the point? And with that, the book's pages fluttered back once more to the beginning, and the clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis Stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
want to see what trophies I have. Because I've got unlocked quite a few trophies. God damn that bloody Irish bully! So close to getting a good ending and that fucking rabbit. 32 of the trophies already. 32% of the trophies already. A bloody rabbit. Alright.
The island was windswept desert.
Wanna go this way?
No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters. The Iblis Stone.
And then
Sounded
once
ominous.
we do all 3
Sounded
starts,
powerful.
and then once we do all 3
Emperor was
starts, we'll
searching
start
for it.
working through the
Must
different.
be dangerous. And so, Bernardo went ostrich hunting.
We'll start going through the different options within each kind of end. I'm really enjoying this game. Oh, I'm so glad I reinstalled it last night. Well, I didn't, I just installed it actually for the first time last night. So glad.
Every
This is
child
such a
could
fun
sing
game.
verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis Stone? Long hidden in a buried temple? Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now? Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals? I wonder what I could make with all these sword crafting materials, thought Renato.
I want to hold on to them and make that sword.
The air here tasted bitter. The steps were too tall for a person. The entire place felt restless, like it had been vexed to nightmare under the dust, waiting for its hour to come around at last. It's a bicycle! Ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late. Think of all the artisans he was creating employment for. Truly, he was a job creator.
Alright, hook shot damage, inflict damage on hooked enemies. Dash through enemies, targets an enemy with dash to move and explodes.
This was way better than being able to shrink down to the size of an ant. What was that all about, anyway?
Me.
That is a very cool sword, thought Renato. No, seriously. He couldn't feel his paw anymore.
Find the stone. You have been chosen in this critical mission for your ability to follow orders to the letter without question. Do not believe the naysayers. Your score in the intelligence test is only proof that you are better geared than anyone else to follow orders. Take pride in knowing that I, your Emperor, have picked you for this mission. Follow the instructions to the letter. Always travel in pairs. Do not look at the engravings in the wall. Do not lose your hermetic box. When you find the stone, immediately place it in the box and seal the box. If you hear voices in your head, ignore it. Remember the temple is haunted. Obviously, this is an old temple dedicated to an evil god. There are blood sacrifices, of course it would be haunted. Ignore the voices in your head. Remember the ghosts cannot hurt you, and they will try to confuse you. When you hear a voice, take the drowsy pill. If you meet another soldier with a stone and it's not in the hermetic box, immediately spray them with drowsy gas. Find the stone, put it in the box, seal the box. And most important of all, find the stone.
A road less traveled. This could be fun. If it wasn't fatal, that is. Bernardo at hot potato.
Is that a grunt in a can? I don't know what that means. I'd like some health, please.
What was really fun
was hooking yourself onto a moving ship.
Can't make it yet. I want to hold off until I can make the...
How could a temple to Iblis still even exist? The transcendent emperor had destroyed all the shrines of the lost gods after exiling them. Had it been buried in that long ago battle? Or had Iblis foreseen his fate and hidden it from his enemy?
This way? First? Ah!
It's full of stars.
Bollocks! Couldn't get out of the fucking thing. Ow. Ow, 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 ow.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders.
I would like a potion of health. That would be nice.
There was a sign. Take the goat across first.
Ow.
It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light.
I mean, sure,
Like a
okay.
void made solid.
If you're watching the stream and you're not already,
Nervous.
I would appreciate the follow.
Picked it up.
Thank you very much. No.
Who said that? It was the stone. Eager. Thirsty.
Nope. 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 Nope.
Seemed tempting.
Nope.
and Terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and Renato wasn't sure he really wanted to be Emperor. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god, torn out by the Transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon.
To the core,
Said the stone anxiously.
what you want.
To the core, because it doesn't want to go to the core. Yeah, we're going to get the core.
The stone bothered him. He hated being told what to do. Wasn't that why he joined the rebellion? Wasn't that why he'd refused to be a soldier? He'd agreed to come on board only if he could freelance. The stone felt a bit
Clingy.
The sage Calaveras had told him where to find the Sky Ripper, a weapon capable of challenging the gods. Even without its armature, the core would still possess great power.
He would go there.
I want to get the core, because I'm not listening to that goddamn voice. Oh, hell no! I will have some check at some point, but you know what I mean. Right now, no.
The moment he landed the Farfarer, Reynardo had a rare feeling of regret. It's not too late, he thought. He could turn around and sail for Zenobia's island. He frowned. Wait a minute. He didn't want to kill Zenobia, did he? Sure, technically she was the enemy, but they'd been at Sword Fu school together. They'd never been lovers, but somehow they'd been closer.
Yes.
She'd told him every secret about herself. Except the biggest one. That she was the Emperor's daughter. No. Kill Zenobia, whispered the stone. Before it's too late.
Fuck up. Dear Zenobia, the director of the Academy has told me how much he was impressed by your academic performance and leadership. Somehow I doubt this was a session of bootlicking. I have seen plenty of those. The old toad is sincere. I'm proud of you. My daughter. You will make a fine empress one day. On my end, great news. Professor Calaveras has been studying the Nexus, and he has made a bold observation. The toad is a true genius. You know how the island is unique, constantly changing, new crystalline formations appearing in island fragments, merging, splitting, slowly drifting, held together by some invisible threads? Professor Calaveras is convinced those changes are not random, but rather indirective of the living nature of the island. He's observed that certain changes on Nexus follow or sometimes precede a turbulence on the island, another island. Landslides, quake, flood, the Nexus seems to resonate with those events. Maybe the islands are a hive mind and the Nexus is the brain. In any case, I am funding a permanent scientific observatory on the Nexus. It will attract the Emperor's greatest minds with Professor Calavera at the helm. I anticipate a great age of enlightenment for the Empire with your love, Father. Ow. Ow! Fuck off! Damn it.
The rock felt hot in his hand.
Nice.
Feel its secret power.
Can I go back? Fuck's sake. So annoying.
when you needed one. There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Oh, I walked into it. Okay.
You almost never saw wild gogglers together like this. The toads had to train them not to peck each other to death. So these had to be imperial gogglers. That meant ravens were up ahead. He wished there were more pylons he could use the hook on. He really need. The stone hadn't lied about what it could do for him. With each raven he cut down, he felt a jolt of power flowing into his arm. Whispered the stone. The core will kill you. Are you afraid of it?
No, don't be ridiculous.
It chuckled.
But it's unstable. It will poison you so much as carry it, and then if you try to use it, it will explode catastrophically.
Reynardo did not trust rocks that talked in his head. He went onwards.
Ow.
Ooh, sparkly, thought
Ew.
Reynardo. Of course there was a puzzle. You couldn't expect the transcendent emperor to bury a god's eye in a leather sack where anyone could pick it up.
Okay, yes, I'm dumb. Thup. And nice.
Don't be shy.
Whew.
As he approached the core, the stone became hysterical.
No, it's too much power. We will rip a hole in space and time.
He had a sudden vision of plunging his gauntlet into the core and dying in anguish. That wasn't his vision, was it? The
Yeah.
stone had sent him its darkest fears, hadn't it? He had a sudden impulse to do exactly that. He raised his right fist and plunged it into the core. There was a rush of light. He thought he could hear the stone screaming. And then he passed out.
When Renato came to, the core was gone. But the Iblis stone was no longer black, but glowing with a blue light. And it was silent.
"I can't hear you," he sang out. And, "You?" It didn't answer.
Ha! He said. He had defeated the demonic gem with the power of his mind. He felt invincible. It was time to attack the Imperial outpost on the Nexus. Take the battle to the enemy. But among the huge crystals, there was also an observatory. A wise man would probably ask the scientists exactly what he had first.
Go to the
How
scientists.
wise was he?
We'll go to the scientists.
As the Farfarer made its way toward the Nexus, Renato watched sparks fly out of the core. The Iblis stone sucked them in hungrily. You'd think the stone would want this kind of power, wouldn't it? Thought Renato. Well, the scientists would explain it all.
This time, Renato was sure he'd figured out how to use the core safely.
Probably not. Because every ending I've had so far has been awful.
See? He'd trusted his gut, and it had worked out. That's what it meant to be a hero. To ignore the naysayers and the odd-makers, and do what you knew was right, and have it turn out to be the right thing. Well, he wasn't worried. Once he got to the observatory, the scientist toads could explain it. Then he could carry the war into the enemy's camp and destroy them all. Oh dear, he was getting a little bloodthirsty, wasn't he?
We'll go this way, see what happens.
Ooh, what's there?
jewel.
Bernardo couldn't wait to find a workbench.
At school we learned the gospel of the transcendent emperor, the last divine... Have I read this? Oh, I've read this. Read that one. So I've been that way. Go this way. I've been this way as well. Oh well. Can I go back that way? No. Fuck. Sweet.
Bernardo had never felt better in his life. Normally, a battle would wear him down and he would need a night's sleep. Now he felt like he could go all night and all day. He felt like people were cheering him on, and he could practically hear their applause as he slew one raven after another.
Where'd I go? Oh, okay.
The Imperial fleet was closing in on the rebels, forcing them to come out and fight. Bernardo was itching to bring the fight to the enemy. He had to remind himself not to be too reckless.
Oh dear.
Got his start making floating platforms.
Ow.
Not many people knew that.
Floor's not loading. now. Kind of wish this chest would give me health every now and again. I don't know where I'm going. That's really weird with the floor not appearing.
The toads at the observatory measured the stone with their occult devices. I fed it the core of Sky Ripper, explained Renato. No more
TV blood and souls.
But the core is not an unlimited energy source,
said one toad. Another said,
there's a feedback loop, you see, which could overload the stone. Yeah, the stone doesn't actually feed on souls,
claimed a third.
but on pain of killing another sentient being. If you can truly be at peace with yourself, it would not overload.
This was all very confusing. At peace? Yes, the mountains were peaceful and quiet, but he now had the power to turn the tides. He should report to the Rebellion Council and prepare for the decisive battle.
I'm gonna go meditate. The core was protecting Renato from the stone's dark influence, but too much killing would overload it. He had to find inner peace to maintain balance, but overloading the core did not sound reassuring. Maybe Renato could try to find peace real quick and then go back into the fray at time to save the rebellion. To the mountains he would need to go. Finding peace takes time, and the rebellion was running out of time. Renato had to focus on the mission. He had to save the rebellion while there was still a rebellion to save. To the rebel base! We're gonna meditate.
The one thing he understood from all the toad arguments. Maybe the stone did not feed on blood, or souls, or rage. It fed on empathy. It fed on the pain he felt when he put an end to another being's existence. Even if that other being was a raven intent on killing him. If he could find peace, then he could use the power of the Ibla stone without being taken over by its evil. The mountains. He would go to the mountains. He could find peace there.
What I could do is I could try and get 12 endings.
The mountains were not empty. There were ravens everywhere. No matter. He had to fight, yes, but he didn't have to be angry. Parry, dodge, slash, and breathe. Yes, focus on the rhythm, the dance of it, not on the blood or the raven's core as they died. Ah, it was working. He wasn't feeling those dark jolts of eldritch energy. He wasn't feeding the Iblis stone.
I could try and find 12 endings today, and then 12 tomorrow. Or just keep going until I can't bother it anymore. Let's see which one first.
Imagine if you built a house on one of these things. Oh, that would be amazing. It would be like having a boat.
The stone was still silent. His mind was his own, and his heart too. He bore them no ill will, these ravens. They were doing their job. They were expressing their nature. Dance, whirl, parry, jab, and breathe. It was all so simple, wasn't it? something was missing. He didn't feel truly at peace. Wait. Wasn't this near where Calaveras lived? The sage would help him figure it all out. Now, doopsie-doo.
Sweet. Nice.
He was sort of yanking his own chain, wasn't he?
No.
Barely landed a claw on him.
Up we go.
Sometimes, Renato really hated inanimate objects.
Upwards.
The Iblis Stone, silenced by the Sky Ripper's core, had given Renato enough power to challenge the Imperial fleet. But what Renato was seeking was inner peace. The rebellion was on the verge of extinction, but it would have to wait.
Ooh, frame rate sometimes.
Renato checked to make sure his sword was still working. Yep.
Right, hello, sir.
At the end of the mountain path, he found the wise Calaveras in his workshop. To fix souls or only artifacts? He asked the sage.
Does your soul need fixing?
Asked the sage. I've been killing a lot of ravens lately, he told the sage.
You're a fox,
said Calaveras.
and to kill birds is part of your nature.
Take joy in it. I mean, I might as well worry about eating flies. Would you like a fly? It was true. That's what he had forgotten. The joy. Now he was ready for the final battle. The Farfarer cut through the clouds. The air had never felt so sweet since he was a child. There it was. The dreaded Imperial fleet. He could smell wet hemp ropes ahead, wood and tar and ravens. Even the fleet smelt good, somehow. He was ready. He was ready.
Oh dear, I have a feeling this is going to be a bad ending again. This place again.
Reynardo had it all squared away in his head. He would kill the Emperor. Isengrim III had begun well, but he had gone mad. He was trying to invoke the lost gods by means of dark, blasphemous rituals. That was a secret, but the victims had spoken to Reynardo. The ghosts had spoken. No anger. Reynardo could not afford anger. It was empowering the crystal in his sword. That made him stronger, but it clouded his mind. He would not be a hero. A hero strives. Reynardo would just be one with everything. The Emperor would die, and the wheel would turn, and all would be restored without rancor, without sorrow, without pain. The new pathway made Reynardo curious.
Is it a sword? Is it a key? It's both. Where am I? And... Ooh. Ooh.
Reynardo wondered if his future self had commissioned these poles. But the more he thought about it, and he had so much more time to think about it now that he was not worrying about the battle, killing the Emperor would not change anything. Another would take his place. Perhaps Zenobia. Perhaps the Speaker of the Rebel Council, and power would corrupt them too, and death would make grief, and grief would lead to hatred. He must lead by example. Reject the violence. Reject the desire to create violence. But how? Sometimes, at home, he'd wave his sword around for hours.
I have no idea what ending this is going to take me to. I'm just so confused.
Really didn't have much in the way of safety features, did it?
wonder what ending this is going to be. Well, here we go. See what the fuck is gonna do now.
Finally, he came to the Emperor's ship. The path behind him was
Kumar
strewn
in a
with dead
shiny
ravens.
stone.
The path to enlightenment. His mistake, he realized, was trying to change the world. The world would spin and the wheel would revolve whether he strove against it or not. What he had to do was nothing. He had attained enlightenment. He sat down, adopted a full lotus position, and began to meditate. And all around him, the warriors stopped fighting too. They knew. They could feel his enlightenment. They gave up fighting, dropped their weapons, and became his disciples. No, just kidding. The nearest raven stabbed him with a sword and then chopped off his head.
Wonderful.
I might not have thought this through properly. Thought Renado's head as it rolled around the deck and died.
Great.
And just like that, he was alive again. And back on the Farfarer, still fleeing burning Ubar. The book was still open before him. So, the book was a portal. It took you to the future when your destinies would branch. He had failed and died 3 times.
Wonderful.
But he'd learned another true thing. The Iblis Stone was evil. It would try to corrupt anyone who used it.
So now we need to go get her.
But he was starting to feel like he was getting the hang of this. There was a way through to victory. He could feel it. He just had to keep running the Path of Destinies. With that, the book fluttered back to the beginning, and he fell into it. The clouds
I would like a
parted
happy
over the
ending,
Isles of
please.
Boreas.
Thank you.
It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renado knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renado had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renado really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Right, we'll do this one.
Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The transcendent
Because I know
Emperor
this one
had
takes you
buried
to-
its pieces deep. And then, this Emperor's horrific sacrifices had brought it back to the surface. Renado wasn't exactly sure how to use the legendary weapon. But surely, there must be some way to do it without provoking another catastrophe. Had he, somehow, summoned the long-lost components of the legendary weapon out of the deep places of the Earth? It was more than Renado could fathom. But if he could find a legendary weapon, he would use it.
As he set foot on the island, Bernardo couldn't help feeling a bit curious. Was Lapino still waiting to be rescued? No. He was probably drinking champagne with the ravens. Did ravens drink champagne? Did rabbits? Bernardo felt oddly thirsty, come to think of it. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper?
Reynardo never made plans that required constant vigilance. He was a hero. He didn't think too much. He just went with his gut and hoped it all worked out. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends. That was against his nature. Could he stick with it?
Open. Come on, game. Give us one good ending. Please. Okay, I'm back again.
And this is why heroes are called dashing, Reynardo thought. See? Dashing? Get it?
He'd once met a pirate captain. He used hooks to get around his ship. Oh, what was his name again?
Captain Hook.
Two eyes, good. One eye, dead.
Go this way.
That had been his mistake before, thinking he could win a battle of wills with an ancient evil all by himself. He had to be cleverer than that. Or braver. Or something.
The truth behind the Sky Ripper is shrouded in a thick fog. The most believable tale is that the Transcendent Emperor has used the Sky Ripper to banish Iblis. Then oh, I've read this before as well. Thump.
He hadn't noticed that path before.
Oh, I had. I just couldn't get into it.
for
What
dinner?
the fuck?
You thought. I hope it's not broccoli.
Fuck me.
Truth was, Renato really liked the sound his sword made in the air.
Can I get, like, stuff out of these? Thank you. I think there's anything over here. Oh, that's fine.
The ravens. Nobody said they were original.
Ooh.
Hey, why don't you guys fight in groups? Oh, I know. Because there's no I in team.
Oh.
Haven't you heard? Goth is over.
Right.
See? With enough leverage, you could go anywhere.
Actually. Yeah, I've been down this way before.
Oops. Thought Renato.
Sweet. Ooh, physical resistance. Be handy.
Once, Renato had been to a dungeon where all the chests were locked. It was awful.
Oh. That's handy. Countering an attack now causes damage. Slow down after a successful attack until the next action. Go.
There it was. Skyripper's armature. The stuff that dreams are made of. Engineers' dreams, anyway. The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill to make a thing like it. How was it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Skyripper had a heart. A core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, there was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all. He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him.
Well, go last one because I haven't done this one.
Renato asked himself why he changed course to confront Zenobia.
Because I haven't done this one
He'd
yet.
no idea. Sometimes he would just do things, and he could never figure out why he'd done them. Usually, they worked out. After all, he was a hero.
None of my plans have worked out. I've had 3 horrible endings.
The truth is, though, he wanted to see her, wasn't it? It had been a dozen years since Swordfu School. He'd followed every rumor about her, every scrap of news. Not that he still loved her. After all, she was his enemy. No, it was solely because know your enemy. But it would be great to see her. Even if they faced off across sword points, as they'd done so many times at school. The world was a less interesting place without her. This was the nice part of town, but the ravens had been through here. They like to take shiny things home to their nests.
Onward!
Well, they really needed to redecorate anyway.
Smashy, smashy.
Or I could go that way, he thought.
Nice. Nope, not yet. Smash buddies. Smash the bots! And again, it gives you the option to smash pots, you smash them. This way? No, not that way, because there's nothing that way. This way. This way.
Renato wondered who was leaving chests of sword crafting supplies around. He wanted to thank you. He couldn't do worse with Zenobia than he'd done with the core, could he?
Huh. Gotta go.
Say goodnight, Gracie, said Renato, wondering who Gracie was.
Ooh.
Renato wasn't entirely sure how he was going to capture Zenobia. She'd be expecting him. And he didn't have Lapino to cook up a clever plan. Why was it again that he hadn't got the core?
Maybe because the results tended to be disastrous.
These streets were familiar. The Swordfu School was closed now, but he had been down that street 1,000 times. He knew that pub. He knew that alley. He knew the alley behind it much too well. No wonder Zenobia had chosen to invade this island herself.
Dear Zenobia, as you read this letter, you are locked in your chambers, ready to spend your last night before, well, you know. I will not apologize. I know you're too proud to forgive me. I also know you won't resist reading, though. You are a cat, as much as I have tried to educate you like a proper toad. I swear to you, and you have to believe me, that I did not plan all this when I adopted you. You've always been my special little kitten. This is why I'm writing this now, weeks in advance. I know I will not have the heart to do it on the night of the sacrifice. If I think of you as my daughter, then I may change my mind. You must think I am selfish, and yes, I am selfish, and a selfish, sad little toad that is afraid to die. But what I am doing will ultimately serve the greater good. I want the power, the greater good. I want the power, I want it all, and so I will keep my subjects content. Peace for eternity. Even if you hate me now, you can still respect that. You have to. It is the only way I can forgive myself for doing this to you. I will miss you for eternity. Tomorrow, try not to make a scene. Everyone will be watching. Still with love, Father. Interesting.
He could sense the jewel's power.
Ooh.
He had a feeling they were going to be great friends.
See this bloody... See this bloody fucking laptop. Thank you, Snow, for hosting. Thank you. Yeah, Snow for hosting. Thank you very much. Onward! Let's continue to be the fox that we are. If you can't tell, I've no idea what I'm doing.
Reynardo slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. Where were her guards? Finally, he reached her bedroom. She was curled up on her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek, how soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She vanished. And he suddenly noticed he couldn't move except his mouth. In fact, soon he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He told Zenobia everything. Skyripper, the Iblistone, even where the secret rebel base was, until he was hoarse. It was some kind of truth spell. Talky truth spell. She called her father by Farspeaker Toad and filled His Majesty in.
But why didn't he get the core?
Croaked the Farspeaker in something like His Majesty's croak. Because I missed you, darling. Reynardo grinned. He doesn't even know why, frowned Zenobia.
That makes no sense. It's a trap,
Shouted the Emperor.
I'll meet you at the outpost, and I'll bring my interrogators.
If Reynardo came face to face with the Emperor, maybe he could assassinate him. But maybe it would be smarter and safer to turn Zenobia against her father.
This one? Because we've not done either of these yet. He could turn Zenobia against her father, he could show her the evidence of the Emperor's madness, but they would need to pay a visit to the scientist on Nexus. He knew exactly what to say to make her listen. It's done.
What are you doing? Asked Zenobia. Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? He asked her. She shook her head. He told her. His Majesty wanted to bring the lost gods back. They could make him an eater of souls, an immortal. But to seal his bargain with them, he needed a sacrifice. Someone who truly loved him. She was stunned. Furious. You're lying. Under a true spell? It's a trick. You can't prove that. Take me to the observatory, and I will.
Such a good game. I'm so glad I decided to play it today. I haven't felt like a yay about a game in ages. In fact, there's 24 endings is hilarious. Here we are. Again.
What kind of proof could you possibly have? She said as they landed on the Nexus. Your father ritually sacrificed a village. And he left witnesses? The scientists resurrected one. Well, it's not really alive, but it can talk. A true witness. She frowned. The dead can't lie. Well, I bet they could. They just don't have any reason to. She nodded grimly. You go on ahead. I don't want the Ravens to see me.
This game is so pretty.
There were stickers all over the platform for really hot lady foxes, with pictures and addresses and everything.
Smashy, smashy!
What else could you hook?
I hope you're all having a good weekend.
Over here, right?
Ooh, nice. I've read this one before, but I want to keep going this way. I feel like I'm missing something. Apparently not.
It wasn't his fault. They look so breakable.
Where's my health sword? There it is. Open! Onward!
Renato wondered what he could make with all this ore and essence.
Running out of pockets!
Oh, right. Probably a sword.
She caught up with him. Don't you think I'd know if my father wanted to invoke the Lost Gods? Would he tell you? No. Would you help him? No. I'd burn his books. Why'd he adopt a stray cat? You don't ask a thing like that. No, not when there's no good answer, she said, her whiskers twitching.
So in all those other endings, she died. all those other endings. So glad the floor's not loading.
The Emperor had learned enough secrets from Renato to crush the rebellion. It would be a fair trade if the scientists could convince Zenobia to change sides.
Floor's not loading, that's always great.
This was definitely better than pulling yourself up.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Let's do this again sometime.
Yeah. Alright, apparently not. Oh well. I don't know what the other one is. Everything's on fire. Wow, no! Kill the scientists! Shit!
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The ravens had burned the reanimated witness to cinders. Renato was stunned. There goes my proof. These were scientists, not rebels, Zenobia said, upset. Why would he do this? I don't know. Let's go to the fleet and ask him. Yes. I'll meet you on the mountains. There's something I have to get first. But could he afford to meet her in the mountains?
Yes.
He'd given the Empire the location of the secret rebel base. They would need rescuing.
Whatever Zenobia was up to, he was too invested to leave her on her own devices. Maybe should meet her on the mountains. Whatever Enzo was up to, saving the rebels was top priority. Meet Zenobia again. No.
Why was he going to meet up with her? Wasn't it more important to rescue the Rebel Council from the almost certain Imperial attack? Why was he in this war anyway? Was it really to fight the good fight, or did he just want to see her again? One of these days, Renato thought, I should really figure out my motives before I pounce. Nah.
Nah. Let's do it.
Was it true? Was he on this adventure just to see Zenobia again? The Imperial heir was not an easy cat to see. Well, she'd ignored all his Kwanzaa gifts. And on the other paw,
Kwanzaa.
trying to get a date by joining a war against your intended was, let's say, pretty optimistic. Yeah, but on the back paw, thought Renato. Yes, it sounded exactly like him. Good. I'm so glad we had this little chat, he told himself.
Meat!
Nice.
Imagine getting a horse up in one of these things. He will be cursing a blue streak.
I don't know where I'm going. I've been this way before. At least the chests respawn every time we come here.
This chest was really awesome. You see what I did there?
The puns, the puns! I like the puns. Someone's killed.
There were a lot of dead ravens along the side of the road. Someone had rampaged through here on a killing spree.
What had Zenobia gone to get?
Oh no.
He had a chilling feeling it was the Iblis stone. Zenobia was level-headed. A stone could make anyone bloodthirsty. He could tell her style from the blade work on the dead birds.
This chest contained a Vorpal sword. I'm just kidding. Vorpal swords don't exist.
Fuck's sake.
did you bring out your eyes?
No, alright.
What did you do if one of these platforms stalled?
Cry. Please don't tell me she's done something stupid. Don't know how to get to that. Oh.
Ah, the road less traveled, thought Renato. How intriguing.
I don't know where it's taking me. Dear Zenobia, do you remember the expedition I have sent you in the depths beneath the island? They have returned. Well, 3 ships have returned. Of the 8 I sent, of course I mourn the losses, but the knowledge the survivors brought back is invaluable. What they have experienced is incredible. The air gradually grows denser and more turbulent until it becomes a suffocating, bone-crushing thunderstorm. But the islands kept stretching for miles below the surface, and they have roots that radiate downwards far beyond sight. The islands are alive. This is the proof I was looking for. The thick air of the depths keep them afloat. And the depths they find their sustenance. Do they have a conscience? Are they aware of their existence? Or are they merely parasites that ignore or tolerate? I must prepare another expedition. This time I will go myself. I need to see the wondrous worlds of the endless deep sky. Hope you will visit me before I leave. I would like to hear more about your new friend of yours, Renardo.
Bernard had been the terror of the sandcastles when he was 2.
Sweet, 2 chests.
This stone was incredibly valuable. Renato could sense it. Also, it still had its price tag.
Fuck's sake.
Renato wondered what he should do when he found Zenobia. What could he do if she had the Iblis stone?
I'm no rookie. Oh no.
He reached the summit, expecting no one. But there she was, steaming, pacing.
I'm gonna kill him, she said. I'm gonna kill all his ravens, and then him, and then his family, and all the eggs and tadpoles. And then I'm gonna burn down their pond.
Did you go and get the Iblis stone?
Do you see all these ravens I killed? So much power.
Yeah. Great, Bernardo said.
You really want power from a demonic rock?
You want the stone, don't you?
Not really.
Good.
I'd rather not have to kill you. He told her he loved her. That he wouldn't let the Iblis stone take her, even if he had to die for it. Well, he planned to tell her. Now didn't seem like the right time. She'd probably cool off in a bit. So he let her get in her ship and fly off.
He rushed back to the Farfarer and followed her, keeping a healthy distance.
Zenobia's ship was just visible through the clouds ahead. How could he reason with her? But he had to. The rebels were down for the count. No wonder. He betrayed the location of their base and then he'd abandoned them. And if she became Empress while she was in the grip of the Iblis stone, if she became Empress by murdering her father, she could still be a great Empress. But she could also be a nightmare Empress.
She had to be stopped.
God damn it. None of these endings are happy! I just want to fly off with the kitty girl and live happily ever after. I nearly got it once. If you're enjoying the stream and you aren't already, follow!
There were
Back at
more
this place
dead
again.
ravens along his path. Some of them wounded in the back. He knew she could have easily talked her way past them, or clouded the little tiny raven brains with a spell. She was going out of her way to kill everything in her path. This wasn't Zenobia, not as he knew her.
The portal was heavily guarded. Must go someplace they really didn't want him to go.
Onward!
There had to be something useful in these things, didn't there?
So I keep thinking every time I hit one. There never seems to be. Go this way. No?
Hey, do old ravens go grey? You know what? Don't worry about it.
Had that door been opened before?
Ooh. Fight, protect, succeed. Never forget that what you are fighting for. The Empire brings peace, prosperity, and stability to the islands. Before my grandfather brought unity, it was each animal for themselves. The strong would eat the weak. That was the only law. The rebels would destroy our great empire. They spread lies about justice and... Okay, there's fireballs flying about up top. And equality, and pretend that power can be shared. But justice and equality can only be achieved... Oh god. I gotta stop there. To harshly punish crime until there is no crime, until control of wealth, until there is no greed, to crush every voice of disdain until there is harmony. Principles are the pillars that I have set for the Empire. The alternative is to return to Barbary. You must fight for your Empire. You must protect its values. You are the first and last line of defense against the darkness. You cannot fail. Fight, protect, succeed. Oh!
Boy, someone has spent a lot of money for a graduation present.
Oh my god!
This is quite the view, he thought.
I'm running out of health.
So, his beloved was possessed by the spirit of a demon. That's what it meant to be a hero. To brave the darkness to
Ow.
your loved one's soul. To have faith there was still good in her. To help her out of that darkness, no matter what the cost. But what? What could he do? She'd kill him if he tried to take the Iblis stone from her.
Oh. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Can't be dying, you thought? I'm the hero.
Oh, it's put me here, for fuck's sake. Pray for me, children. Probably gonna get another shit ending. Here we go. Rip.
At the end of the trail of raven corpses was Zenobia.
She's no
Her father was frantically rigging a
Carmelita?
strange apparatus wrapped around a glowing core. Don't do it, he shouted.
Oh.
You'll hate yourself in the morning. Stay back, she screamed in a horrible voice he'd never heard before.
It froze him in his tracks. The Emperor stared at him. Run, he told the toad, or hop. But he didn't manage to voice it, only think it. Zenobia stabbed her blade forward, and His Majesty fell dead. She began laughing hysterically. Or was she weeping? Just walk away, she laughed at him. I've no more use for you. There was something he needed to do, but he couldn't figure out what it was. So he did as he was told. As he walked away, he felt a chill in the world. The light in the sky seemed to dim. He didn't dare turn. He had a nagging feeling there was something he should have done just then. Something heroic. But he could not have taken the Iblis stone from her by force. And she would not have parted with it willingly. A cold wind blew from where she had been. But he still didn't dare turn. And then, an awful laughter filled the air. And all the torches and all the ships went out. And he realized what he should have done. But by then, it was too late.
What should he have done? Oh,
Damn it. He lost again. And died. But there was burning Ubar behind him. He still had all his destinies ahead of him. But he learned another true thing. Zenobia still had feelings for him.
unlock something. Okay. Great.
He knew enough now, he thought. All these truths tumbling around each other in his head. There must be a way to puzzle the pieces together. If he used everything he knew, he could discover a new path to destiny. The book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. Faster than before, and he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed
there's a key
rescue.
there.
Of course. Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion, and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
We'll go to the key! Even though Lapino wasn't anyone we could consider a game changer, we'll go to the key.
Renato finally realized that Lapino was a traitor to the cause, and maybe Renato could use that somehow.
Huh.
Renato couldn't quite put his paw on when he'd realized Lapino was working for the Empire. He'd never exactly seen Lapino sending coded messages to the palace, but he was sure. The rabbit had been on too many disastrous missions where he was the only survivor, or where he accidentally missed getting on the boat that went down to the abyss in flames. If Renato could prevent Lapino from getting back to the fleet with all the intelligence he'd probably gathered, it might be worth the trip. How had they come to this? They'd been on so many adventures together. Lapino had talked Renato out of prison at least 4 times, and Renato had rescued Lapino from at least 2 lynch mobs.
Ooh, a workbench. Did he have any jewels he hadn't tried out?
He had.
Your hits cause shield grunts to drop the shield. Aha!
But he'd always thought that the rabbit resented him. Lapino was hilarious because he was so down on himself and everyone else. But behind the laughs, he wasn't a happy camper. Ooh, was this payback? Or did the Empire have his little white tail in a vice? He was practically sure he'd find something useful in one of these things.
I've been down here before.
This chest was filled with reprints of the entire Sandman series. Reprints? What was the point of collecting those? Ooh, and there was something else.
Sandman. Oh, I've been up here. Nice. 3 points to spend. Ooh.
Cool. Wish I could do that.
No, I jumped down there last time. Go this way.
How could you convince a firewall you're its friend?
Stick it with a fire sword. But I would very, very much recommend it. Different endings? Let's went that way. Seems the only way to go is to jump down there. Down I go! There's a lot of action. Just in the early stages of the story, there isn't much action because you're exploring, but it's very, very good. I'm enjoying it a lot more than I thought I was going to. Not that I wouldn't enjoy it. It's just. So I can upgrade with my swords. And the voice acting is very good. It's one guy voicing everybody, but he's very, very good.
Ravens were landing everywhere from dropships. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lapino first, the Rabbit would give the Empire all the intelligence he'd been stealing from the Rebellion, and they'd probably give him a medal. He'd have to be very careful about how he played Lapino. At the slightest hint of danger, the mad Rabbit would take off like a rabbit.
And see, as you unlock the endings, you unlock swords, and then it means you can go back.
Breeze coming through that door. Had it been closed before?
Dear Zenobia, how are you enjoying the academy? New friends must already be flocking around you, no doubt. Here in the palace, things are the same. I have much time to dedicate to my special hobby. I've been collaborating with Professor Calaveras and his team of experts to investigate the nature of the islands. Awesome, I'll give it a go. Like the accent, what area? I'm from Northern Ireland. Just outside Belfast. My gut is telling me that the islands are alive. I think they have the will of their own. Do you hear me, my daughter? Do you hear me, daughter? Our world could be more than a floating masses of rock and water. Professor Calaveras and his boys have made measurements. The islands are drifting, surrounded by endless skies, millennia to reach the destinations. I have this strange idea. What if the islands are some sort of herd, and they are only deliberately searching for another herd of islands? Can you imagine new islands with their own inhabitants? The thought that we may not be alone. If only I could live long enough to witness the event. With love, Father. Ooh.
Not everyone knew how to use magical gems. Of course, not everyone had magical gem gauntlets like he did.
Oh, thank you, Crafty. 100. Sweet, love the Irish. I'm in Kent, England. Ah, sweet, nice. I love the English.
Ooh, Renato loved to improve his gear.
Thank you for following. Really appreciate it. There he is, a little shitbag.
Bloody and exhausted, Renato finally reached Lapino. The Rabbit was practicing shuffling his favorite deck. Now that he knew what the Rabbit was, there were a few things about him that Renato didn't find so amusing anymore. You sent me an urgent message saying that you're in danger.
Oh, I am. The Ravens are coming. Now, I got a clever plan to kidnap Zenobia.
Renato wanted to clap shackles on the Rabbit and shout, "You're a traitor, and I'm not falling for it." But if there was one thing Renato was sure of, it was that the core of the Sky Ripper was dangerous mostly to its user. If he could put it in the Emperor's hands, old Isengrim III might blow himself and his fleet up with it. Yes, that was it.
Ricardo realized how good an actor Lapino was. No surprise he'd been fooled by the traitor. Maybe he should denounce the Rabbit here and now, put an end to his schemes. Maybe he could give the smug traitor the location of Sky Ripper's core, and while Pino delivers the unstable weapon, could pay his... Rubs chin.
Renato felt like a real hero, brave and smart. He told the Rabbit all about the Sky Ripper's God's Eye core.
I'll go get the core while you attack Zenobia,
he told the Rabbit.
Oh, wait, I've an even better idea.
Okay,
I'll
thank
get the
you.
core, and you attack Zenobia, said the Rabbit.
Right, yeah, that is better, agreed Renato. Perfect. The traitor would make sure the Emperor got the core. Now Renato just needed the Emperor to use the core. If he could only get something that the Emperor wanted very badly. Zenobia. He could save her and bait the Emperor at the same time.
We're gonna try and see how many endings we can get today. It's been 4 hours. It does not feel like a 4-hour long stream.
All the man had to do was fight his way through Zenobia's invading troops, sneak onto her ship and into her bedroom, and kidnap her without any of her dozens of guards alerting her. Then he would rely on her love for him to convince her how evil her father was, so she'd run away with him instead of going back to her father, who was going to blow himself up. It did sound a little risky. But Renato had a feeling it would work out somehow. It always did.
No, it didn't. It's none of it worked out. So glad when pots glitch. We'll go this way this time because we went the other way last time. Go this way.
So, who's your next of kin? Just wondering.
Or just, you know, go that way anyway, because that's the way I'm supposed to go.
Odd that they never locked these things.
Open!
If they didn't want their things broken, they really ought to make them stronger.
Nice.
Hey. Hey, I'm a firefox.
Oh, bleh. The puns. Ow.
It was time
for a little exploration.
Didn't your mother tell you it's rude to stare? Snapped Renato, a little smug.
Ow.
Renato was halfway to Zenobia's encampment when Lapino showed up. He was disheveled and distraught.
They jumped us. I barely got away. Oh, they got the core.
Oh, it was all going according to plan, thought Renato. Now he just needed Zenobia on his side. Yes, that was even better. The Iblis Stone. Zenobia could get it. And then the Emperor would have to pursue them. Wait. No. The gem would corrupt anyone. Even her. That's it, he thought. Even Lapino. Even though Lapino was already a traitor. It would turn him against his secret master, the Emperor. He would try to make himself Emperor. And the Emperor would have to defend himself with the core. Boom. He was a super genius. This is terrible, Renato told the rabbit. If only I had gone for the Iblis Stone. But now it's lost in enemy territory. He handed Lapino a map. It gives the bearer so much power. We can only hope the Emperor never finds it.
What was that?
Said Lapino.
I think someone's following us.
I didn't hear anything. Rabbit ears.
You go on ahead. I'll check it out.
And with that, Lapino hopped off with the map.
Little shitbag. Read that.
Renato checked for a false compartment.
Nope.
Nope.
I kind of wanted it for energy or health, so. I'm better at this. I know, Kira. I know. Okay.
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all.
Remember the last
She
time?
was curled up on her bed.
No, she wasn't.
He'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword.
But then he couldn't
She
move
was
anything.
made of smoke.
Yep.
And he noticed he had a very solid blade to his throat. Did you really think you could capture me? Heard a familiar voice. I just wanted to chat.
said Renato. Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? He needs a sacrifice. Someone who truly loves him, to make a bargain with the lost gods.
That's a vicious lie. He wants to bring them back. That's crazy. Why would anyone...
They could make him immortal. An eater of souls. And with that, her eyes widened. She understood. Renato told her how he had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred. How he had slept in a burnt village. At midnight, the Emperor's victims had come to him in his dreams to tell him of the hideous eldritch rituals they'd been sacrificed in. He could still see those kittens and puppies. Their wide, sad eyes, their moist noses.
You can't prove that.
I've got a witness at the observatory.
It's such a simple game. Like, it's only like 4 or 5 different levels.
Why he was really here. He didn't want her to be anywhere near the fleet when her father blew himself and Lapino up. So he told her about how the Emperor's obscene rituals had raised ancient artifacts out of the land. How he'd followed the appalling trail of the hideous horrors His Majesty had perpetrated for the sake of his own immortality. Any of this ring a bell? He said.
He told me it was all lies.
You've always known when I was lying. I always hated that about you, said Renato.
It's such a simple game.
The rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them.
Once, he'd found a Superman issue #1 in mint condition in a jar he'd broken. He planned to keep breaking things until he had the whole series.
This area is one of these areas where I can't figure out how to get to... There's some areas I've not been able to get to.
Don't you think I'd know if my father started practicing black magic?
Why? Would you join in?
No. I'd destroy his books and I'd...
Oh, God. Okay, you're not completely wrong. They've resurrected one of his victims. Well, I mean, look, it's not exactly alive, but it can talk.
I think someone at my door.
True witness, she said.
Hang on 2 seconds, be right back. back. So cold. To put the heating on a wee bit. Right. Oh yeah.
Not quite enough, thought Renato.
Ow.
Energy spheres. Easy to dodge, but boy do they sting if you didn't pay attention.
Imperfect. Shut up. Go this way. Oh, I can't go this way. It's like, I'll go this way for a change. Can't go that way. I have to go this way. The music reminds me a little bit of the music from Beauty and the Beast. That music whenever they're talking about the fairy tales and stuff. It's a doo 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 doo.
No skateboarding, the sign said.
Oh shit.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had taken special care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared at the carnage. He didn't want me to hear the witness, did he? I guess not. What's your plan? She asked. So, Renato explained his brilliant gambit. Sending Lapino to get the Ibla Stone, become super powerful and corrupted, provoke the Emperor into using the core against him, thus blowing up both of them, and hopefully the fleet too. Let me visit your council, she said, shaken. I want to help. Could he really trust her?
Well, Renato's plan worked. Zenobia was convinced her father was mad and he had to be stopped, but it seemed too easy. Did he really convince her, or was she playing him like a fiddle? Why hesitate now? He could tell her exact location so he could meet her there. Take her to the council.
He'd done it. He'd made Zenobia see how evil her father really was.
See what happens.
He wished she didn't feel this urge to join in the rebellion. After all, he'd taken care of the Emperor, right?
Nope.
Yeah, but she'd always been conscientious like that. She told him she had to go somewhere first. So Renato gave her the location of the secret base, and they agreed to meet in the ruins. He had a very good feeling about this.
God damn it. Yes, Kira? I don't know what's up with you, baby. You've got food. Mommy's trying to figure out how to get the best ending. I'll feed you. You've got food. I don't know what I'll do with you, but I'll do something with you in a minute.
What had Zenobia gone off to do? What was more important than meeting the Rebel Council? Had he made a mistake, sending her to the ruins? No. He knew they could trust each other. He could trust her because she never broke her word. And she could trust him because she could see right through him.
Kira.
Well, she'd probably be there well before him. She at least didn't have to fight her way through rainstorms of ravens.
Ooh, sparkly, thought Renato.
Come on, give me at least one good ending. I've not had any yet. Ah, the glitchy pots.
He smelled burnt fur. Yes. He missed her. Not Zenobia. Hypatia, the kid's mother. Renato had never thought he'd date a librarian. He'd always figured himself for the barmaid type. But then, he'd never figured the library of Ubar would have comic books, or that Hypatia would know anything about them. He missed her. Smashing things was fun.
Open this. Go this way, see what's down this way.
I wonder what happens if I go that way.
Unreal treasure.
Take a leap of faith, said the inscription.
Oh, I missed the chest. I'll take it back down there. Oh!
As he came around the bend, there was Lapino, unconscious on the side of the path. And Renato could smell a familiar, sweet, smoky scent. Who? Zenobia. It had to be. She never used a combat spell when she could use drowsy gas. That meant she had the Iblis stone.
God damn it!
What would it do to her? She hated her father now. She'd kill him for sure. The council wouldn't mind if she killed the Emperor, but murdering her father would destroy her. He had to get to whatever ledge she was on and talk her down from it.
Oh! Punish, terrorize, humiliate. The masses have been raising their fists, led by a handful of nobles with too much ambition. It is envy that the power that I seek is something that they want for themselves. Are they just criminals who want to steal from us? There is but one punishment for such a crime: death. Make an example of the leaders. Execute anyone who dares follow them. Or is it fear that the sacrifices I should have been making would extend to them? Is it the war of survival? Show them the true meaning of fear. Strike them fast and strike them hard. Make them suffer, burn everything they hold dear. Or is it pride that the meaning of those sacrifices would forever escape their comprehension? They want inclusion, a say in my decisions. The arrogance cannot be allowed. Take those who would surrender to the salt mine. Let their lungs fill with the corrosive dust. Let them betray one another for scraps of food. Let their children watch as they fall into savagery. End the rebellion without mercy. Punish, terrorize, and humiliate. His war manifesto's changed since last time.
What are you guys dressed up as for Halloween? Just wondering. Bet you never saw that coming.
Oh. I skipped the whole area.
The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good. Stay frosty. Everyone in the council chamber was dead.
Oh my god.
Zenobia stood shivering in the courtyard, drenched in blood.
Why?
He managed.
They started arguing with me. I lost my temper and I wanted their blood. Not me. The stone did. Why did you take it from Lupino? I had a plan. You had a stupid plan, she said. I'm going to go kill my father now. No, you can't. You'll just take his place. You'll become worse than him. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too.
Zenobia had the edge of stone. Now she was strong enough to defeat the Emperor, but the stone would consume her soul. Trying to stop her would likely be fatal, but the feelings she had for him had to mean something, right? He had to try.
You won't kill me, he said. And I won't let you kill the Emperor. Enraged, she raised the sword.
You hate him too?
He could sense the Iblis stone, yearning for his death. But she didn't strike. If you kill him, he'll destroy you. I know you.
Shut up!
She shouted, her sword trembling. I won't lose you again. Not for anything.
Get away from me!
He said, and he was very close. I can't lose you again. And he was in reach of her sword now.
I hate him! I hate you too!
I love you, he said for the very first time. And then she was weeping. He was holding her. The sword had dropped from her hand. He glanced at the Iblis stone. It was no longer the black of the void. It was like coal. No. It glowed. Like a cinder. It was crackling, burning, crumbling into ashes. You've always loved me, haven't you? She said. She was weak. The stone had taken so much from her. Always, he said. She staggered as he helped her up. Let me take you away.
Where?
The island of Avalon. The sisters will heal you.
He will follow us.
Then we need the Farfarer, the fastest ship in the Empire.
Am I gonna get a happy ending? Am I finally gonna get a happy ending? Please! Don't kill my kitty girlfriend! I feel like such a furry. I'm not a furry. But you know what I mean? Let me have a happy ending. Please. Everyone cross your fingers for me that I get a good ending.
Seized his ship. They have to take it back.
I love you. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We can do this.
Haven't you always wanted to do that?
Yeah.
Zenobia was in no shape to fight. But he never fought so well. He wasn't fighting for money or loot or a cause. He was fighting for her. For them. His sword danced, his feet flew, and the ravens recoiled from his ferocity.
Renato wondered if it wasn't cheaper to build bridges and stairs.
Such a good game. If you've not played it, I would highly recommend it. It's so good.
The mysterious sword from the east made you so fast you could catch a fly with your chopsticks. If that's what you really wanted.
So glad this game was free on the PS Plus, because I would never have like actively sought when I got it. I'm glad I always download all the put all the games into my library.
There it was, his beautiful skycraft, the Farfarer. They would fare very far indeed, beyond the Empire, beyond the reach of the Empire, to the mystical island of Avalon. He didn't know exactly where it was, but he knew he could find it. And they would find peace there. Second star on the right, and straight on till morning, laughed Zenobia. And they laughed together for the first time in a long time.
Come on, give me a good ending.
Welcome to Earth. Renato told the corpses. It was something he'd seen in a play once.
Such a good game. It's so well written. And the voice actor is very good. I'd love to know who it is. He's very, very good. This game is so good! I guess it's honestly one of my new top 10 favorite games. This way. No, Kira, don't stand on the control. Move, Kira. This is honestly hands down one of my new favorite games. This is amazing. Ah! Bollocks. It was my fault. I had the wrong sword on. Need this one on for a bit.
This was much easier than free climbing.
Come on! I need this one and then I need to swap to the fucking freezy one. It's a freezy one I need. fair! Come on, game! Oh, God. getting really annoying now. This game is so good, but this bit is so this is annoying. Oh, come on! I didn't even die as much in Bloodborne, god damn it!
Renato had always wanted a flying carpet.
I don't care what Renato wants right now.
More like a flying tabletop. But it would do.
No, come on! Oh, what am I meant to do? This is so hard. Oh. Ow. Ow. I did it! Oh, thank Jesus. Yeah! This better be a good ending.
It did not go unnoticed.
True hero. Oh, did I do it?
And the long lance of the Imperial flagship.
Did I do it?
Renato turned downwind to gain speed. The Raven ships could pursue, but they couldn't close. The Far Speaker croaked.
You return her and live.
Go sacrifice yourself, yelled Renato.
Then you won't have her either.
On the flagship, the Emperor was readying some arcane weapon. couldn't be. It was the core. A devastating beam
No!
launched out of the flagship. Bernardo zigzagged wildly to keep the Farfair out of it. Now the Raven scout ships were closing the distance. And the
Hi,
beam
you
was getting
do.
closer too.
You doozy?
Came a blinding flash, and the air was searingly hot all around him. There was a thunderous, deafening
going
roar.
great.
He could smell burnt oak and burnt feathers and burnt flesh. But when he could hear and see again, they were alive and unhurt. And they were alone in the sky. Zenobia embraced him. They had
did it!
done it. Through luck and through love, they had won the war.
Avalon, here we come, he said as he held her arms wide in the prow of the boat and let her feel its speed.
Maybe the real Avalon is wherever we're together, she said.
And so, after a bit of an argument, Reynardo and Zenobia went to one of the two Avalons. The one shrouded in mists, or the one in their hearts. But which one they went to, I'll never tell.
I did it.
He'd done it.
Yes.
He'd forged his own destiny. Well, he hadn't actually done it, but he knew what he would do. Reynardo smiled at the book. He practically wanted
I
to
did
kiss
it. I ended it. I
His
finished the game.
sacrifice hadn't been in vain. He'd saved the book and saved the world. Reynardo owed him and his mother so much. Reynardo lowered the mainsail and let the Farfarer shoot forward in the breeze. Second star to the right, and straight on till morning. This time,
Yeah, this is the ending. I did it. I did it. It took me 5 goes. Hang on 2 seconds. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry, somebody was at my door. That was so good. I wasn't expecting to get the ending. Very good game. 10 out of 10. Very good. Amazing. Love it. That last fight was a bit annoying, but now I can understand why, because it's the end. I unlocked 5 of the endings. There's 24 endings. I was trying to see if I can get the other ones. It took me 5 hours, 20 minutes to get the true ending. That's so cool. Hero's Path. If a stone and Scarab are always activate, the option can be toggled Oh. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 endings. Very, very good game. I have all these endings to get. Huh.
The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The
Let's see what other
rebellion
ending we can get.
was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer.
Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Bernardo knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lupino needed rescuing. Of course, Bernardo had a pretty strong suspicion that Lupino had betrayed the rebellion, and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
I'll do this one.
Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The Transcendent Emperor had buried its pieces deep. And then, this Emperor's horrific sacrifices had brought it back to the surface. Bernardo wasn't exactly sure how to use the legendary weapon. But surely, there must be some way to do it without provoking another catastrophe. Had he, somehow, summoned the long-lost components of the legendary weapon out of the deep places of the Earth? It was more than Bernardo could fathom. But if he could find a legendary weapon, he would use it.
There's not that many different endings we can get.
As he set foot on the island, Bernardo couldn't help feeling a bit curious. Was Lupino still waiting to be rescued? No. He was probably drinking champagne with the ravens. Did
I've got like half
ravens drink
health.
champagne? Did rabbits? Bernardo felt oddly thirsty, come to think of it. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper?
Bernardo never made plans that required constant vigilance. He was a hero. He didn't think too much. He just went with his gut and hoped it all worked out. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends. That was against his nature. Could he stick with it?
Why have I... You know what? Never mind. I've got the Sky Ripper already. I don't know why. Must be a glitch.
Once, Bernardo had opened a chest, and a Jack-in-the-Box jumped out. Jack-in-the-Boxes, they gave him the Wiggins.
Hanzo would like these. Upgraded all the swords.
These things really slice like ham. The people who had built this castle, did they even know what monstrous weapon lay hidden within their walls? The Sky Ripper could destroy anything it touched, or so the legend said. As the Transcendent Emperor had fought the lost gods, thousands and thousands had died. But Renato had been through wars. The only merciful war was a short one.
Sweet. Well, we're going for the Sky Ripper one again.
Only he had some way to break the ice. Or convince it he was a friend.
I, for some reason, have the Sky Ripper. I don't know why. I shouldn't have it, but I do. Ah, it's got the Iblis stone in it. Weird. How's your weekend been going, dude? Yeah, I've read all these. I don't know. I'm just trying to go for one of the paths I don't have. I've got 5 endings. I've got the true hero ending. I got 4 endings where I died. I have imagined that all of them are you die. So I've got the true ending. So let's just see what other endings there are. I'm gonna go for the options I didn't pick the last time. For the first run I did. I hate these things. Ow. Ow.
Who are you looking at? Oh, right. No one.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Like getting the world's heaviest bowman right by his side.
I don't need to really worry about getting the chests and stuff now because I've got all my swords upgraded. My weekend's been alright. I haven't really done much, to be honest. There
it was. Sky Ripper's armature. The stuff that dreams are made of. Engineers' dreams, anyway.
The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill to make a thing like it. How was it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Sky Ripper had a heart, a core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, there was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all. He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him.
I'll go this way.
It was a no-brainer. He'd sacrificed his old friend Lapino to get the armature. And the armature was useless by itself, only a series of coils and wheels. War demanded sacrifices, and he would make more before the end. He would have to choose the greatest good, no matter how much it cost him. Zenobia. Well, he would see her sooner or later, across a battlefield or a sword's point before all this was over. He was sure of that. The power was in the core. Obviously, he had to get the core.
This is such a good game. I'm really, really enjoying it.
Doubt sunk in before he was even out of sight of the Farfarer. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper? It was the sort of path he'd always avoided. The path of responsibility, of seriousness. Had he grown up? He didn't feel grown up. He'd made this decision from his gut, like he always did. Somehow, he'd impulsively
Why have I got like
decided
half health when I start a
to
new
impulse.
level? It's so weird.
Did that make any sense? Ah, Zenobia. Now that he knew she still loved him, he wanted to go back to her. But that hadn't worked out, had it? Maybe it was time to find the core of the Sky Ripper. This one contained nothing but unmatched gloves. And something more useful.
This thing's helping me, but I don't really mind because I'm just trying to get the endings now, so.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time. There were fewer and fewer trees. There were only these huge crystalline growths. Had those been here before? He no longer heard birds except for the feverish cawing of the ravens when they attacked. He couldn't smell the small animals of the forest. The mice and rabbits. Where had they gone? He was getting hungry too.
Oh, thank you for hosting.
Place to be.
Thank you. You doozy for
The
hosting.
thing about puzzles was, once you solved one, you knew how to solve it again. Puzzles had no, what was the word? Replayability? Renato wondered if you could design a puzzle that would be different every time you played with it. Wouldn't that be fun?
Ow. Yeah, the voice acting is so good. Like, this guy's the only voice actor in this whole... Like, he's the only voice actor in this whole thing.
The 20-sided core made him feel physically sick. Once he had sneaked into a temple of the dark art, and he hadn't liked what he smelt and saw there. This felt like that. As quick as he could, he wrangled the icosahedron into the armature.
Icosahedron.
The wheels began to spin, then glow. The sick feeling quickly spun away.
Such a good voice actor. I want to know who he is. I'd love to know who he
He
is.
had lost good friends for this war apparatus. Maybe Lapino wasn't such a good friend. Yeah, that made him feel better. He carried his prize back to the Farfarer. Now, he had to make his next move. There was a key Imperial outpost on the Nexus. If this really was some sort of super weapon, he could use it to wreak havoc on the enemy. And if it wasn't, well, better to know that before the final battle. But maybe he should show it to some scientists first. There was an observatory on the Nexus. Maybe he should go there before he fired it.
I'll go this one because I did the other one, so...
Renato had never been much of a student. At Swordfu school, he'd never read the books, just looked at the pictures. And Zenobia. But weapons he understood. His gut told him that the Skyripper would work great. He would use it to take out the Imperial outpost. And what's the worst that could happen? The thing wouldn't work, and then he'd take it to the scientists. Right?
Renato actually could think of a few things that were worse. But he would make sure they didn't happen this time. Right?
Exactly.
So cool trying the different endings, like knowing the tree ending and then knowing some of the other endings. It's funny trying it just to see how stupid you can be. I haven't had this much fun streaming in such a long time. Like,
As he set out
a fox
down
of
the
action.
path, Renato wondered why the parts of the Skyripper had only surfaced now, thousands of years after the Transcendent Emperor had discarded it. This Emperor, Isengrim III, had performed terrible, bloodthirsty rituals to invoke the lost gods. Perhaps that was bringing up lost artifacts. How perfect, then, that the Skyripper would reappear to be his destruction.
And hopefully this time, just his destruction.
Don't look down, he told himself. Don't look down.
This place is so cool. No, I don't. Oh.
You never knew where the road would take you, thought Reynardo.
Long live the Emperor! Called the ravens.
This is very cool. It means I can level as well. Become an overpowered monster.
He was tired of slaughtering ravens. Maybe it was time to test out the new weapon. He turned a knob on the Sky Ripper. It made strange, mechanical noises. The wheels spun faster. It began to hum.
The Sky Ripper was following his every step. At least it acknowledged him as the master. But there was no trigger. How was he supposed to fire it? Fire, he said. Nothing happened. Well, maybe it just needed to warm up. After all, it hadn't been fired in thousands of years.
The Sky Ripper was making a whining noise now, and its wheels were spinning so fast he could no longer see them.
Reynardo had a thought. Please? He asked. The Sky Ripper began to glow.
Boom! The outpost burst into flame. Ravens flapped out screaming, wings on
Ooh.
fire. The base was his. The fast speaker toad came hopping out.
Reynardo!
It croaked, sounding like a toad version of Zenobia.
Don't use the Sky Ripper. It will destroy the world.
Yeah, sure he will, cracked Reynardo. Pull the other one.
If you don't trust me, go see Calaveras. He'll tell you the same thing.
Oh, she would say that. That sounded sensible. Why did she always have to sound sensible all the time? Oh, it was infuriating.
Of course she would say that. He was supposed to hurry and bring the Sky Ripper to the council so the rebels could actually win the war. But what if she was right? Damn it.
Of course she was lying, probably, but if she wasn't, Calaveras was the final authority on legendary artifacts. Scarper, he probably bring the weapon to the rebel base and just win the war. We'll go this way.
Just this once, he would not let Zenobia get into his head with her logic and her...
I know we're gonna get bad endings, because we've already had loads of bad endings, but we've had the good ending, the best ending, so now we're just winging it.
And it would all work out like it always did. Oh, he was sounding like a reckless idiot, even to himself. But if there was one thing Reynardo could never bring himself to do, it was turn back on a decision he'd made. Imperials were flapping and cawing all around the ruins. They must be panicking with rumors flying of the superweapon. Maybe they hoped to find and destroy the base before he could put the Sky Ripper into action. The Sky Ripper was whining and heating up. It will be time to use that energy soon.
In this chest, there are woodcuts of amazing, beautiful vixens wearing no clothes at all. And something more useful.
Alright,
Nice. That could be useful.
glitchy pots. Such a good game. I really like this game.
He wondered if the Council knew he destroyed the outpost. He hoped so. He was excited. With his super weapon, they could actually win their battle with the Imperial fleet.
What was Zenobia talking about? This was a fantastic weapon.
Ravens burst into flames with just a touch of its killer beam. He was tempted to leave it on all the time, but he didn't want to accidentally slice off some council toad's head or tongue. She'd been trying to distract him. Well, this time, no one was going to distract him. Hey, how do you tell if someone's far away or just really small?
We're just running through these areas now because we've done all this. We've got, like, we've upgraded everything. We've done everything.
Long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. He was on fire. So far, so good. Hey, wanna hook up? As he headed towards the council chamber, Renato felt everyone watching him.
You've saved the rebellion, said the council speaker. Frankly, we were afraid you'd turn aside to save that idiot Lapino.
Not bloody likely, Renato told them, feeling he was maybe being a bit harsh on the poor mad rabbit. If you never make sacrifices, he said, you're probably not doing the right thing. The speaker nodded.
Are you ready to lead the charge?
Let's roll, he said, with grim satisfaction. Renato set sail for the fleet. The Sky Ripper had lost its wine. It was humming now,
as if it had taken some time to seat properly. He had always been irresponsible. This time, he'd done the right thing, made the hard decisions. He was a real hero. He hadn't let himself be distracted by old friends or old lovers turned enemies. Finally, he could be proud of himself.
Not bloody likely! Because this is, you know for a fact, this is going to go bad. Feels like every other ending, but the true ending is like awful that we've seen. So
he was ready. So was Skyripper. The Skyripper had a will of its own. It picked out its own targets and set them on fire. This was going to be a short battle. He would set the ships on fire if he didn't need them to get to the Emperor. And he wondered if he'd see Zenobia, or if she'd flee. Wouldn't she be proud of him? At least, a bit of respect. He'd become an all-conquering hero. Maybe I should follow my nose, thought Renato. There was a parchment on a signpost. It was from her. Every time you fire, you risk the destruction of the universe. That's insane. We surrender. He'd done it. He'd played chicken with Zenobia and won. He could hear the horns blaring the retreat. She was wiser than he was, that was for sure. But wisdom didn't win battles. There was an inscription, no spitting.
Huh. Hello.
And there was Zenobia, wearing the white robes of surrender. She came and kneeled before him. Why didn't you listen to me? I was trying to save you too. You're the enemy, you said.
I was never your enemy, Renato.
And he realized, not for the first time, how much she loved him.
Then she spoke a terrible word and made a gesture with her hand. She stopped moving, covered in frost, and he wondered why she'd frozen herself. Then the Sky Ripper froze, and then, for a moment, he felt very cold and discovered that he couldn't move. The next thing he knew, the sun was a giant, monstrously red. It took up half the sky, and he was in a parched red desert. And then he was on fire.
Huh. A hero who doesn't let anything get in the way of his mission. I wonder what the first one is then. Must be going to the other guy. We've so many stories to finish.
The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. And he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
This end. Looking at the trophies just to see what ones I need to. What trophies do I need to get? Oh wow, I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trophies left to get. And one of them is a platinum trophy. Sweet. Okay,
Renato finally realized that Lapino was a... Renato could use that somehow.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going great. Game. It's really, really
oh, yeah.
good.
Where did you get this from?
It's
Oh,
it's really, really good. Like
this month.
no, last month. Not
Oh, last month.
not
I
like
was
I think
thinking-
December or something. I think because it was one of the free
Oh, was
ones.
it?
Because
Oh,
I did
fuck.
have I did have it. I always take all the games even if I don't download them.
Yeah, same. Yeah, yeah.
So
I
you
think
should
that's
have it
another
in
one.
your
It's called
library. Yeah,
Stories.
the story is the Path of Destinies. It's so good. It's 24 endings. And whenever you get one ending that's not like the true ending, it goes, no, that can't be it, and takes you back, and then you have to do it again,
Yeah.
and then it takes you back if you get it wrong again. It's really really good. I don't even think it's that expensive anyway. It's only 4 gigs, and it took me like half an hour to install it, but it's so good. I've been playing it for 6 hours now. It doesn't even feel like it. We'll go with this option.
Ah, Lapino. Apparently, the Mad Rabbit had sold a Pegasus
What's up,
that
Kier?
he did not exactly own.
Oh, it's
Lapino always wiggled out of trouble.
How
given
much?
time, but he was out of
£9.
time.
It's not bad.
Lapino's
Like, it is a
frantic
really good
message
game.
said
It's
that
worth
the
it.
Ravens were going to kill him for being a rebel spy, and that he had a clever plan. If
Yeah,
the
it
fleet
looks
reached
good.
him
Why
first,
didn't I get
they'd
this?
string him up for that.
It's amazing. Like it's honestly it's literally
it
just
looks like
jumped
something I would-
into one of my top 10
Yeah.
games. It is honestly in one of my top 10 games. Now probably top 5. It's one voice actor, and he is
Yeah.
so good.
I can't believe I haven't. How have I not got this? Like, how have I not? Because I wouldn't look at that and think, nah. I'd try that. That's the kind of game I'd just by the screenshot. Because I always look at all the screenshots of all
Yeah,
of them.
and it's not turn-based
so
combat
I'm
or
gonna
anything
give it
like
a
that. There, it's just about quite high
Yeah.
up. Yeah, I got it
Yeah,
on a
double check.
sale not long ago. It's so good.
Apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing
I can't
that
believe
he
I've not-
hadn't actually stolen the winged horse.
On
He'd
Steam, yeah.
sold it.
I remember I seen
Where was the prison? The village was empty.
I remember I seen Jesse Cox play it, but I never watched him play it because I was like, I kind of want to play it myself.
Yeah.
And I finished it. Like I'm nearly 100%. I've only got 5 trophies left to get, and it was taking me like 6 hours. But I don't even feel mad. It's not like a 14-hour long game. That's shit.
Yeah.
Combat's very good as well.
No, I haven't got it. I'd have to buy it.
People were frightened these days. Just 2 weeks passed, Reynardo had sneaked through an empty town and listened to the Raven's call about the Emperor's new taste in ritual sacrifice.
And what's so good about it is if you learn something in a past playthrough, like a past story that you've done, it'll bring up like a little icon that goes, oh, but I remember, I remember the bad thing that happened. Now because I've got everything and I've upgraded all my swords and all, I can just kind of run through and get the stories now, rather than having to worry about sidetracking to get all the doors. Because you get these 4 swords, and they all open up different pathways to different chests and things. It's very, very good. Like, it's such a well-built game. There's only a couple of problems I've had where the floor hasn't shown up.
Yeah. You always get that with that game. Because they're not Considering it's
were landing everywhere.
£9.
Hang on,
Dex, what the fuck? Oh, it's PS. It's PS. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lapino first, they'd eat him.
I'm quite proud of myself. I did get to the tree end in like 4 goes.
If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lapino. Well, unless he really wasn't a traitor, obviously. Then they'd probably pin a medal on his chest.
How have you been today?
Yeah, right. I've just been playing Dark Souls 2 with Trig. He bought it like yesterday. Like
Yeah.
he got it. So we played it yesterday, last night, and
Bernardo recognized the cards. It was Lupino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger.
I am.
How was he on it?
Oh, the prison.
yeah, good. We've done really well. He only died for the first time today.
So we made a deal.
So yeah, he's done really well. He likes it. He really likes it as well. He's like, oh, I don't know, I'm gonna like this. He's basically just bought it as like a gap
Yeah.
to fill the time before the For Honor beta was out. But he really he loves it. So he's like, oh, it's really good. I was like, yeah, I told you. So for £11, it's totally worth it. With all the DLCs and stuff.
Who happened to also
So
be a
good.
deadly sorcerer, and oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. And it would be nice to see her. He'd always had a soft spot for her. And he felt sure she had one for him. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power.
Right, we'll go get the core of the Sky Ripper this time.
To make the Sky Ripper, the Transcendent Emperor had wrapped an armature around the eye of a god. Bernardo had already let that armature slip away to save Lupino's life. But even its core, the eye torn from a god, surely
Those Dark Souls games are fun but hard. Yeah, they are hard.
Sky Ripper? Lupino's excited. That's an actual thing that we could just go and get. He's been busy.
he sure had. Bernardo told him all the things.
We just finished Bloodborne recently, so I kind of prefer Bloodborne to Dark Souls, but they are all very good games.
It was good to be back with his friend. True, the core was capable of terrible, uncontrollable destruction. But this time, he was sure it would work great.
Who's that talking?
So, two celebrities, America Ferrera and Lena Durham.
Oh, Lena Dunham, I fucking hate her.
And Channel 4.
I
Good
hate.
speech though.
She's such a twat. So she is. She wrote an autobiography, and in it she confessed to sexually assaulting her sister when she was younger. But thought it was fine. You know, and then when everybody was mad at her, she said everyone was overreacting. She also said that she outed her sister to her family because she was jealous that her sister was different, and so she wanted to get her in trouble.
Yeah.
Zenobia. Now that he knew she still loved him, he wanted to go back to her.
I don't know how Thomas is still playing Paragon.
Maybe it was time
It's
to
got
fight the
one
core of
map
the Sky.
that's shit and a ruined combat system. I admire him for playing it.
Maybe it's
I
because
don't know
he
how
plays
he's
it with
doing
his mates. Maybe it's the only game he has to play with his mates, you know?
Yeah, I think it's the same as like how I play Siege with people.
Yeah.
Everybody hates, well, not everybody hates Siege. Some people hate Siege, but it's, yeah, if you play it with people, it's good. I suppose it's the same thing on Paragon, isn't it? I just couldn't stand it. It was awful. They ruined it so much.
Yeah.
I was devastated. I loved that game so much. It was really massive. Really, it was absolutely starglazing in my eyes. Considering it was free, like I just think you can never moan about something that's free because it's free. It's not cost you anything. There's no disadvantage. Even if you paid 50p for it, you can moan because you still paid for it. You know what I mean? But if something's free, it's like extra awesome. Everything it is extra awesome, extra good because it's free. So it's like you've not lost anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just think you can't diss it really. But I just think, oh, they wasted it so much. Like it's still free, so it's not, you know, it doesn't annoy me out. But it's just, it annoys me that the only thing that is bad is that they had such a good game and they've just. It's gone from being like an 8 to like a 4 in my eyes.
I'm really surprised though at the amount of changes they made in such a short space of time.
Yeah.
Like it was such a big swoop and change.
Yeah.
that wasn't good.
Filipino was right. Maybe he should have kidnapped Zenobia instead of coming here. Craziest weapon he ever used. As he held the radiant icosahedron, Renato felt queasy, like dozens of tiny worms were nibbling his inside.
Then if you get
It
good
wasn't
at Dark
healthy to
Souls,
be
there
so
is
close
challenge
to the eye
run
of
generator
God.
that makes random Dark Souls
How
runs,
could he use it?
and you can change what
He could
level
take it
or
to the
challenges you want to
observatory,
try.
and the scientists there
I've never
could
heard
tell him
that.
how to harness its ancient power. But honestly, Renato ached to get away from it. He brought the core back with him to the Farfarer. But honestly, Renato ached to be rid of it.
Tell you what, said Lupino. I'll take it to the observatory. You attack the Imperial outpost.
The Imperial outpost was a vital communications node. Taking it could shatter the Empire's ability to coordinate. And it would be full of secret plans and maps, and maybe even rebel prisoners. It was a good target for a hero like Renato. But what if Lupino lost the core to the Empire? That could be a good thing, couldn't it? Was Renato ready to take that risk? Maybe it was better if he brought the core to the scientists himself.
Take the core to the scientists.
Lupino was a touchy rabbit. Renato knew that. You're brave, I know, Renato said. But this is what I was hired to do.
Oh, well, at least let me run ahead and warn them you're coming.
Renato wondered if Lupino was up to no good. What if the rabbit warned the Empire instead? Oh, but Lupino wouldn't betray him like that. Not again. Before it'd been a fluke. Right? They finished the trip to the Nexus in silence. He would offer Lupino a chance to betray him, or not to. His old friend deserved another chance to prove true.
It is very weird how much it changed. It's basically what class, what weapon you are allowed to use and things like that there. I've heard a lot of people doing that themselves. Like I seen one guy do a challenge in Dark Souls where he would only use weapons he couldn't actually use. And wear armor that it was actually shit. And he still managed
The best playthrough. If anyone wants to watch a good playthrough of Dark Souls, go on YouTube, search for a guy called, oh my god, what's his name? It's F-A-Z something, Faz something, Fazil or something like that he's called. But the best thing to search for, if you search for, he's got a playthrough of Dark Souls 3, it's a world record playthrough, where he doesn't take a single hit for the whole playthrough. He doesn't get hit by anything, nothing hits him in melee, magic, pyromancy, nothing, AoEs. Nothing hits him. The only damage he's allowed to take is fall damage or damage from, you know, like curse, poison, stuff like that. But you know, never at any point does an enemy hit him with anything in combat for the entire playthrough. He completes the whole game and not a single thing touches him. Not one hit in the whole playthrough, which is a world record. It's incredible.
Hi, Kane Scyther.
Incredible.
How are you doing, dude? But I have to watch.
Yeah, it's, oh my god. If you ever watch anything, watch that. It's absolutely shitting incredible.
No hit or die challenge, that's just sick. I know. I wish I could be that good.
Yeah, it's not even because loads of people have done no death playthroughs. Like, to be fair, I could probably do, with enough effort, I could probably do a no death playthrough. Like, with enough practice, you know, like a few days of practice. But no hit is incredible. It's something else, it really is. To never be hit by anything. Like another level.
Just imagine the amount of times he's played it though to get that good.
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. You can tell when he's doing it. Like, it's just.
How's your day, fam? My day's been great. I've been playing this all day. I'm glad I did it because this is honestly the most fun I've had streaming in a while. Because I don't feel like I've been streaming for as long as I have, you know.
So the core had a kind of
If you're,
poison that could harm you without even
then you know every
touching
impulse, every spawn, every attack range, and all. I know. I'm kind of like that with Dragon Age. Like I went through my nightmare where I'm only dying at the really hard bits because the game lagged, you know.
Death by sword was sudden and fair. This was just squalid. A piecemeal death, like old age. Renato wondered what would happen if he jumped. Would he be rescued by an emergency platform?
Ow.
Having a pet. Well, like having a goblet.
You've got to have everything prepared, but he played that a lot. He's probably played it to the point where he like knows how many rocks are in one wall.
He knows literally everything an enemy will do.
Yeah.
Like if he goes in a certain, like if he stands in a certain place, he knows exactly where an enemy will walk and exactly when they go to attack him and
Yeah.
everything because he's just done it so many times. Not through trying, it's just he just knows it because he's just done it so many times.
The observatory was a burning hull.
It's incredible to watch, really.
Dead scientists everywhere. Bernardo found the mad rabbit cowering under a desk. The ravens. They must have known we were coming, said Lapino. How did you... See, I was doing a card trick with my lucky deck, and I kind of bobbled the cards, so I went under the desk to gather them up, and boom! I guess we'll have to take the car straight to the secret base. Renato wasn't sure he believed that, but Lapino was talking so fast. It always seemed to make sense. The secret rebel base. Yes. They had engineers there. But wait. Calaveras, the sage in the mountains. Maybe he would know what to do with the naked core.
Well, go to the mountains.
The core was killing him. He needed help. The sage, Calaveras, had given him the maps to find the armature and the core.
This is such a good game. If anyone's watching this hasn't played this, I would recommend it. The voice actor's so good. I want to know who the voice actor is.
At least to its bearer. Surely it was he.
Julian Casey? What else has he done? He was in Arrival.
The base of the mountain was the only safe place for a landing. You'd have to
Is he in any
continue
other video
on foot.
games?
Muscles aching. Calaveras was a scholar, not a doctor. Could he really save Renato from the poison radiating from the lost god's eye he was so
He's in Deus Ex: Mankind Divided. He's in Stories, Path of Destinies, Assassin's Creed. Jack the Ripper, he plays Blighters. Assassin's Creed Syndicate, he plays Blighters, Rooks, and Royal Guards. Assassin's Creed Unity, Dead Kings. Assassin's Creed Rogue, Liam O'Brien, he plays. Assassin's Creed Unity, Francesco Thomas Germain. Watch Dogs, Nicholas Crispin. Thief, he's the Graven. Left 4 Dead, TV movie. Tiny Brains, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Jack Dog, Crewman, British Sailor, or Pirate. Assassin's Creed 3, The Tyranny of King Washington, Samuel Adams. Far Cry 3, Bambi, Buck Hughes. Assassin's Creed 3, Duncan Little, New York Revolutionary. Deus Ex Mankind Revolution. Prince of Persia, Forgotten, his Royal Guardian. He plays a lot of additional voices in video games, this guy.
Yeah, like side voices.
Yeah, which is really annoying because he's such a good voice actor.
Yeah.
This whole game is literally just him talking. Like, he does all the voices. And he's so good. And it's really annoying me now that he's not been given something a bit more well known, you know? Like, he's always the other people, and you never really hear him.
Not a fun way to die, even if he survived. No one would write ballads about the fox whose knees ached forever, would they? Not unless he paid for it. He hated paying for publicity.
Oh, you got such delicious looking eyeballs.
Go on to lead, Raven.
Thank you, I think,
said Renato. It never hurt to be polite.
Because you get the Turian and you get this like super overpowered weapon that comes along with you in the subsequent playthroughs, and it's making it so much easier to just get through it.
It was chilling walking through the living mountain.
Also, at one point, he just randomly says, "You know nothing, Jon Snow," and I was like, "All right." I mean, the game needs to get some type of Game of Thrones reference in.
There was only the breeze and the trickle of melting snow, as if every living thing was
There's actually a trophy called "You Know Nothing, Arctic Fox."
burdened to move on.
For a moment, I wished that somebody had been watching.
Oh, they really ought to put a railing on this thing, he thought. running out for the rebellion. They might already be fighting the Imperial fleet. Everything hinged on Calaveras' ability to turn an exiled god's eye into something deadly.
The core! Splendid!
Croaked Calaveras.
Where's the armature?
Right, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't need it.
No, I don't. It's just a professional interest. We've got much better prismatics than the old TE ever did.
So Calaveras was an arcane engineer. He fussed at the core all day. He wrapped it with silver chains, and in front of it, he placed a huge, round ruby, so that it looked like a monstrous, floating eye.
Actually, he says Jane Cassie is the voice,
What is
and
it?
We Happy Few.
I call it the oculum. It's my very first
What?
death ray.
We Happy Few? What's We Happy Few?
Don't poison me.
No idea.
No, it's completely safe now.
I don't know what We
Anything
Happy
I should
Few
watch
are.
out for?
Is.
Try to avoid pointing at any mirrors.
As she loaded the oculum onto the Farfarer, Bernardo was a little concerned about Calaveras. People who were utterly sure of themselves, he had found, were either experts or horribly wrong. Or both. But Bernardo only needed to fire the oculum once. He only needed to destroy one ship. The Emperor's ship. And the war was over. Bernardo plunged into the Imperial fleet. He felt the oculum humming. He no longer felt sick. This was going to be fun. Or at least, it was going to be over.
There's so many awful endings in this game, it's hilarious. There's like 23 awful endings and one really good one. Which I kind of like. Because a really good ending is really hard. Like the last fight for the very good ending in this is really hard. I died like 6 times. It's like I died more in this than I did in Bloodborne.
Bernardo resisted the temptation to fire the oculum until the time came. He could sense its arcane energies yearning to escape the sage's wrappings. But it wasn't eating him alive. So that was a plus. He felt good about himself. He'd saved a friend, he'd helped the rebels, he'd relied on himself, but he'd listened to others. He felt like the right sort of hero. Wise, yet decisive. Calaveras had been so sure it would work. Maybe he could fire just a few times. No harm in that, right? But only when he absolutely needed to. Bernardo hoped his port had been inspected recently. And let it do all the killing for him. But that wouldn't be sporting, would it? Or fun?
What are you playing now then?
Waza?
Huh?
Waza.
Kind of annoyed that the Wildlands beta was so tiny.
Getting tired. The core was no longer eating at him, but he still felt weak. His stamina was shot. But he had the oculum. When the ravens swarmed him, it would sometimes fire its death ray. It seemed to be warming up too, firing more and more often. Maybe he should let it cool off. Yeah, he decided to stop using it entirely.
Oh, keep the helicopter still.
Building these platforms was so expensive, they'd run out of budget for guardrails.
What are you doing, Wild? Wildlands?
I just joined a multiplayer session.
Oh, okay, this way.
Odd. The oculum was still hot to the touch. He almost thought it was getting even hotter. Well, that was ridiculous, of course. Anyway, he'd only to fire it one more time, and then he could chuck the whole contraption into the abyss. And the Emperor's ship was now in range. Bernardo squinted. He could make out the line of ravens protecting the ship. Zenobia in front, conjuring. And on the deck...
No, Dan's not a streamer.
Yes,
I keep trying to make him a streamer, but he
Dan ain't got time.
he ain't got time for streaming.
Lined up his shot and fired. Caught in the beam, the ship burst into flames. The ravens and Zenobia exploded. The Emperor too exploded. Renato waited for the beam to stop, but it only got brighter, and the oculum hotter. Frantic, Renato pulled the oculum towards the abyss. The ruby burst into flames. The shiny metal casing glowed, then melted. That was good. Now the core could cool off, right?
Nope.
Renato ran. The blast incinerated him instantly, along with both fleets. The shockwave could be felt across all Erda. That winter, with neither Empire
He
nor
got
rebels
banned?
to
No, he
rule
just hasn't got time.
the island slipped into banditry. And so began the second age of darkness.
He hasn't been banned from streaming, he just doesn't want to at the minute. So there we go. Got the first ending for that. A hero who expands, who makes wise yet decisive decisions. Someone get the first one. How do you get the first one? Off we go again. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the endings now. We only have 20 odd left to go. Well, not 20, but you know. Oh, I heard wrong. That's alright.
The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Bernardo knew that using it could go catastrophically
So what did you do this
wrong.
time so you not got
He was
burned?
sure he could figure
I-
out how to use it
I
safely.
just did the
Also,
wrong thing.
the temple
Basically
had
all of
risen
it's
out
wrong now.
empty desert.
After the
The
ship.
Iblis stone was hidden there.
Basically, I think
It was a
no
dangerous
matter what
island.
ending I get now, it's just going to be awful.
It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty
So,
monster.
I want to try and get the first row.
He could
See
find
the
a way
top
to
row?
use
See
it,
that?
to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. And he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Right, we'll go up top one.
Renato finally
We're just going to do the top one
realized
again,
that
except we'll
Lapino was a
not go
traitor
after
to
the core, we'll
cause.
go for
Maybe
Zenobia.
Renato could use that somehow.
Uh,
Ah, Lapino. Apparently, the Mad Rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble, given time. But he was out of time. Lapino's frantic message
said that the Ravens were going to kill him for being a rebel spy. And
What?
he had a clever plan. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him
see
up
four
for
in a
that.
car and drove
Never
it in the
mind the
camp
winged
and blew it
horse. Or so Lapino had told him over the far speaker anyway.
Nothing.
Lapino had
Hang on. I'm watching.
I'm trying to level, like my character,
Yeah.
even in other people's world, but it's just not working. I don't know if I can.
probably managed to
Don't know whether
confuse
that.
the judge
I
by
just,
arguing
yeah.
that he hadn't
Surely
actually
it would let
stolen
me.
the winged horse. He'd
Because I'm
only
still
sold
8,
it.
but I don't seem to have gone up. Oh, let's have a look. That's why I wanted like a bar somewhere that tells you how close you are to
The
leveling.
village was empty.
Then I can know when I'm wasting my time here.
Had everybody fled the Ravens?
Maybe
Ooh, sparkly.
maybe
thought
that's one of the things they should add after this beta.
Yeah.
That was odd. Bernardo had been here, at this exact place, at this exact time. But this time, there were so many more ravens.
It's nice. The game recognizes whenever you've done, you know, like a play, like whenever you're in a playthrough, you know, like in a new playthrough. Because it says, you know, like he'd been here before, but there were less ravens the last time, you know.
Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lapino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lapino. Well, unless he really was a traitor, obviously. Then they'd probably pin a medal on his chest. He was more and more
Wow.
extraordinary.
I don't know you could do that.
What?
You know Wildlands?
Yeah.
Well, if you're in a passenger seat in a car, you can throw your drone out the car window. Well, so you can drone while the car's going along.
I always thought you could do that, but I just never. I always had a feeling you probably could do that. Like if you're in a helicopter, like get near a base and then throw your drone out. You know.
Dirty and bloody, Bernardo finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Bernardo recognized the cards. It was Lapino's favorite deck.
Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The ravens are coming.
Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, see, this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia. We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who happened to also be a deadly sorcerer, and, oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. And it would be nice to see her. He'd always had a soft spot for her. And he felt sure she had one for him. On the other hand,
he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper. Even if he couldn't get the whole thing, it must have great power. Zenobia wasn't just the Emperor's daughter, of course. She'd been Renado's best friend in Swordfu School. And you're still mad for her.
And you're still mad for her. Of course the Trixie betraying rabbit has to be Irish.
Who knows what could happen between the two of them this time around? She knows all.
You know, all Irish people are
Chuckle the
liars.
master spy.
Fight me, Dan. Fight me.
She'll tell the interrogators.
But that is actually, I've noticed, like a trope with Irish people and things. If they're Irish, they immediately have some type of, they're trickster type characters. You know? They're either trickster type characters that can't be trusted, or they're characters that are really stupid. You know, like in fantasy, and like.
The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
Also, this game's great because it's full of puns.
The city was burning, and there was no one to put out the fires. If somehow Zenobia survived her father and inherited his crown, what sort of empire would she be heir to? But he couldn't think about that, could he?
What are you eating?
Squashy.
Why was
What?
Lupino
Squashies.
urging him to
Squashies?
capture Zenobia? Obviously, it was a trap. But you never knew how Lupino thought. Sometimes his plans were so convoluted they did the exact opposite to what Lupino wanted. And there must be some way to play on that, Renato thought. These things could really use a hand. So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renato hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renato. Oh, go ahead. I'm sure you know better, said Lupino.
I'll get health.
What's behind door number 2?
Onwards.
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. Where were her guards? Finally, he reached her bedroom. She was curled up at her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She became smoke. And he noticed he had a blade to his throat. Stay a while. Heard a familiar voice. Did you really think you could capture me? Zenobia said as her ship lifted off. Now I just wanted some privacy, Renato said. Renato knew she still had feelings for him. Maybe he could just cut to the chase. But was timing right for that?
Yes.
I know how you feel about me, baby. I know you want to be with me. Renato said. What? The Emperor's evil, babe. I'm nice. Remember how nice I was back in school? You were an idiot in school. You said it was funny, said Renato, starting not to like how the conversation was going. The Emperor pulled me out of an alley. Don't tell me he's evil. Yeah, but did you ever wonder why? No, I didn't. Why don't you ask him? Well, because I know why. He wants to sacrifice you. You can tell him that when he interrogates you. Can't we just start this over? But Zenobia shut him in the hold of the ship. He wasn't able to explain anything to until he was brought to the Emperor's interrogators. After that, it's just screaming.
I died.
He tried something bold and paid the price for it.
That wasn't even an ending, I just died.
The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
That's the fact that wasn't even an ending. That was just the game going, you're stupid.
You know what I hate about you guys? Everything. This couldn't be good for global warming.
Ow.
Why was Lupino urging him to capture Zenobia? Obviously, it was a trap.
You know, it's funny.
What?
You know they made Rainbow Six Siege free this weekend?
Yeah.
Sometimes his plans
Yeah.
are so convoluted that
Do you know
the
the
exact
servers are
opposite
down?
of what Lupino wanted.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Play on that, Renato
They
thought.
made Rainbow Six Siege free on Friday, I think, just because it's basically the sheer number of people playing it. The servers have just gone, fuck this. And the servers have been down. They went down. When we've been trying to, played like, probably about 4 o'clock yesterday, and the servers were down, and they're still down. So they've been down, like, pretty much half of Saturday. Probably all of yesterday and all of today.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah. Because the servers just can't cope.
So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the farfare a little bit on fire, Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renardo hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renardo.
Okay, we'll go with the watermelon plan.
Oh, this is gonna be fun, said Lupino, as he ran to go set up his marvelous plan. Precision, ferocity, Renato felt dubious about the whole plan. With every step, he was waiting for it all to go horribly wrong.
I've seen some people.
Lupino's idiotic plan worked.
We can do this every weekend, asshole. Love it.
That's good, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Renato.
So you ready for this for 4 years?
Yeah. Have you got 4 years worth of weekends to repel this?
Because we do.
It was my favorite. You look stupid in velvet. Oh, what does an imperial princess know about style? Ah, get a
Are you ready for traffic disruption and spending millions on holding policing protests? They're fucking ready.
So they took Zenobia east.
I love it.
She'd vanished from swordfish school, from his life, without even saying goodbye. Without ever telling him she was the Emperor's adopted daughter.
I was reading an article about Keanu Reeves.
This was a bad idea. But was he letting his own feelings get the better of him?
And it was talking about
Lupino was right, Renato thought.
it was talking about like how shit his life has been, you know? Like it said at the beginning, like his father abandoned him when he was like 3 months old. Then they moved around loads, you know, whenever he was really young. So he couldn't really make any friends, and then school was hard anyway because he was dyslexic. And then when he got into Hollywood, he made friends with River Phoenix. And when River Phoenix died by an OD, and then he got engaged to this woman, and she got pregnant, and then she had a miscarriage, or the baby was stillborn, and then they grew apart, and then she died in a car crash. And then his sister got leukemia, but she survived that, so like out of everything, at least his sister lived. But he just seems so nice, and everything that's happened to him. He doesn't have bodyguards. He doesn't live in big fancy houses. People see him all the time whenever they're going around LA or New York, you know, like he's always just wandering around, and he always says yes to photos, and, you know, like, I don't know how anybody can go, I don't like Keanu Reeves. You know, it's like he may not make the best movies in the world, but he seems like the only decent actor that exists in Hollywood. Especially out of all the shit that he's had to deal with. He's one of my favourite actors. I love him. Like, even if his movies aren't great.
There's a phrase, isn't there? The people who suffer the hardest smile the brightest. Yeah.
It's like Robin Williams.
Yeah.
You never heard anyone say they didn't like Robin Williams, you know?
Watch this. The moment I fucking load Skyrim up, I bet you Trigger join like, I'm online now. I'll be like,
hello, I'm here now.
Oh, I've arrived now.
I think of all the swords, the purple one's the one I've used the least.
I've got thick skin and lasting heart. But your head around too sharp. I'm like a rubber band.
This device you can travel at night. So I'm going to set on fire.
Oh.
He was closing on her. He could smell her fear. He tried not to think about the interrogators at the secret base. What did they do to her? Maybe it didn't have to end that way. Maybe he could talk to her. But, after all, there were worse things the Imperials had done to friends of his.
I'm glad John Wick's been doing really well for Keanu. Because apparently they're going to be making apparently they're going to be making like a prequel series or something.
Bernardo reached the outpost. The Imperials there were no match for him. Soon after, Zenobia limped up the path. When she realized he was
frost
already in
magic.
front
You
of her,
fucking
she didn't even try to run.
Argonians.
Oh, you left without saying goodbye. Again. He said, please. I'm enjoying this a little too much. She said, shaken. Oh, spare us the chit-chat, would you? Said Lapino as he shackled her hands so she couldn't throw spells. She knows all his plans. All the way back to the Farfarer. Lapino nagged Bernardo about how the interrogators would pry all the intel out of Zenobia. How that would turn the tides in the imminent battle. All they had to do was take her to the rebel secret base. Bernardo didn't like to think about what the interrogators would do to her. Couldn't he just talk to her? As they reached the ruins, Bernardo could see ravens everywhere, searching for the rebel base. They'd have to hide the Farfarer or go on foot. What if we get separated? Asked Lapino, for once thinking ahead. I'll show you a map to the base. Bernardo told Lapino.
Bernardo, don't do this,
Said Zenobia.
we were friends once. We...
Shut it, witch, or I'll shackle your mouth too, said Lapino. See? Bernardo thought. There was no way Lapino was working for the Empire. He really hated Zenobia. And then, a few moments later, they touched down.
Have you started a new playthrough, or have you been playing it for a while?
No, I've started a new one.
When did you start it? Today?
No, yesterday.
How far are you in?
Not very far. I started playing Dark Souls with Trig, didn't I? So I started and then pretty much stopped immediately. Because I started playing Thingy with Trig.
As Lapino pulled Zenobia
Oh,
off the
lady. I just took
Bernardo
her,
readied himself.
like killed all the bandits in a bandit place.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
need a jacket.
And I just like kicked the fucking door in, and there's an old lady stood up out of her chair and went, "I just cook and clean and do whatever they ask of me." And I was like, "Oh, you can go now. I killed them all.
Confused? Then
To let you go."
why didn't you ride?
But she turns out to be like a fucking witch. She's like the leader of all of them.
Saved her a mounting
She's actually the one doing all the sacrifices.
So Renato
Like,
launched
wow.
himself down the path to the secret base.
Oh, baby, you don't need a mail. Let's go.
she'd been an amazing rabbit. She could talk to him about comics, and talk to her son about history and battles, and talk to scholars about the ancient tomes hidden deep in the vaults of the Library of Rhubarb.
I'm so excited for Red Dead
Renato
Redemption
really
2. I'm definitely pre-ordering that.
I have a feeling that
so
that's going to be like
excited.
GTA Online.
Oh, I'm so excited. Can't wait. Red Dead. Oh, Red Dead. The fact it's been in production for as long as it has, like, it just can't be bad. Even if it's not as good as we want it to be, it can't be bad because it's just been in production long enough.
You don't know how long it's been in production though. It could have only been in production a couple of years.
Oh no, I don't. Well, Red Dead Redemption 1 is considerably old.
Yeah,
they
but
said after number 1 that it was so successful that they were going to start working on the second one, and that was fucking years ago.
yeah, but then they started working
I'd
on.
forgotten about it.
No, they started working on GTA though right after that, didn't they?
Oh no, but they're different teams, though, aren't they? Rockstar work on GTA, but they're not. It's not the same team. It's different people. They use similar things, obviously similar engines, similar style, the way they do things, but it's not the same people that build games. It's like BioWare, isn't it? The Dragon Age team and the Mass Effect team aren't exactly the same people. They're different people, aren't they? Different people work on them. Because they specialise in it, don't they? So that it's extra good. Because they specialise in it. It's the same thing for Rockstar. Same thing for Ubisoft. You know, obviously the people who do like Tom Clancy's are different people who do like Assassin's Creed. They're different people. Or for all that. Yeah, so they've been working on it. We will have been working on it for years. I don't know how many years, but years. Yeah, I'd probably say at least a good 4 or 5 years. Probably been working on it. I'm just so excited for the next Elder Scrolls as well. That's got to be. I think it's probably going to be like 20. What was the last one? 20. It's probably going to be like 2019, 2018, 2019. I think it'll get announced in 2018 and then maybe come out in 2019.
Freaked him out to cut them.
Maybe 2020. I don't know. 2020 would make sense because Bethesda are one for showmanship. So I can imagine it coming out on like the 20th of the 2nd, 2020. So it'd be like, you know, 220022 or 220202 or something like that. 20. I don't know. Because Skyrim was 111111, wasn't it? Which is the only game in history to have come out on that day. Because, you know, obviously games didn't exist a millennium ago, and games can't come out on, obviously, any higher number. It can't come out on zeros, because that isn't a day, and they can't come out on 33333, because there aren't, you know, 22222, because there aren't 22 months.
Give me a lever.
So,
No, but it could come out.
the only day
Well,
imaginable. It could come out where all the numbers are the same is 111111.
well, once we get to 22, well, once we get to
So far, so good.
2022, something could come out on the 2nd of the
on the 2nd of the
2nd of February.
Yeah.
22222.
Yes, it'd be 0222.
No, it would be 0202.
Yeah, the 22nd of February. So it'd be 220222. So it's still a 0 and a 2 in it. That's what I'm saying. Because there aren't 22 months, so you can't have 2222 anywhere for the months, can you? There's only you can only have up to 12 months.
Even nobody writes it 02.
Yeah, in a date of 6 characters, a written form date is the 2 characters of the date. Like, you know when you see it's like day, and then month, and then year. That's how it's written. So it's two characters for day, 2 characters for month, 2 characters for year. That's when you see a written date, isn't it? And the only possible combination of that in numbers, where every number is the same, is 111111. It's the only achievable date, which is the 11th of November, 11. So unless we're going to wait till the 11th of November. Like it's 3011 then that's the next day that's available. Because you can't have 2022.
Then everything went dark.
So that's why it's like extra rare that day. And that's what I mean, like they love their showmanship. I can imagine it being out on like the 20th or something. I don't know. Not that they've got a day available that's all the same numbers, but you know what I mean.
He said, I really have
missed you. Now that we've destroyed the rebellion, would you consider becoming an advisor to the Emperor's daughter?
I'm no one's servant. Everybody serves. Even if it's only destiny. I like to choose my own destinies, he said.
The whole point of a destiny is you can't choose.
Oh, never mind, she said. Look, if I see you again, I'll have to kill you. He watched her ship soar away. He would see her again, he decided. Even if he had to fight his way across the entire fleet.
All these endings are awful in a kind of sad way, not badly written way.
The Imperial fleet was cleaning up the few rebel remnants. For only a moment, he thought about running.
You picked a bad time to get lost, friend.
Even when the world is against them.
You just take her
Even when
fucking
their
head off,
cause is
cleaned
corrupt
off her shoulders.
And their efforts futile and pointless and useless and death painful and guaranteed. He's decided to stop thinking for a while. A portal that led right into the middle of the fleet. It was a glaring weakness in the defense. This would be the perfect place for a tic-tac-toe board. Renaro's arm was sore, his armor wet with raven blood. He was tired of death. But death was not yet tired of him.
It's a shame that I can see what people say about the division.
Yeah.
About it being short. Like, I do feel it now. Like, it's just, you know, it was enjoyable while I played it, but I can see what people say about it being like not very good because it's short. Like, it's good quality, but there's just no quantity. Like, you know, like now after I've played it, I'm just so bored of it. Like, there's nothing to do. It's just wandering around doing the same thing over and over again, which is obviously very boring very quick. You know, it's not a fan of anything to say about it.
I enjoy it, but I think it should. I don't believe it should be called like one of the worst games of the year, any.
Oh god, that. No, nowhere near. That's weird. But it's not even that. It's not even looking at the fish. It's just looking at other things. There's stuff that's way worse. Not even.
Like I've seen it in like quite a lot of people's top 10 worst games of 2016. It's like it's not a bad game. It's just disappointing.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
It's just disappointing. Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't horrendous. Well, people obviously over-exaggerate on that. It's not bad. I wouldn't say it was bad. I just wouldn't say it was good.
It's a really well-built game though. Like the combat's really good. The cover system's really good. The guns are great now.
There's just not enough quantity. Just you run out after 15 hours playing and you've got nothing else to do. That's being generous.
At last, he reached the
Hi,
Emperor's
Treg.
ship.
See? 10 minutes I've been on, and he fucking joins.
Why'd you have to come
I'm
back?
talking to you, boy.
She said,
Hello.
Coming in with your sass. Get out.
he shrugged. You don't even know what that word means.
Okay.
Alright, bye then.
Are you gonna? Yeah. I'll come
No,
on.
bye then. I'm leaving now. Bye.
If things
Okay,
had been
bye.
different all the time, she said, and drew her sword. In the end, Bernardo lay.
What do you mean, 10
on the
minutes?
deck. Zenobia sat by his side.
Gonna cut this guy's face off,
Upset.
and then I'll be right there.
What are you so
Okay.
upset about? He asked.
Don't tell me you don't like some good face
You
cutting.
wouldn't understand. Why?
Oh, there's lots of them.
Why didn't you
There's
tell
more of
me
them
you
than
were
I
gonna
thought there
leave
would be.
school? I was afraid you'd convince me not to. I guess I'll have to buy you a drink in the halls of the Valiant then, he told her. And then he was gone.
Oh, I stabbed him right through the face.
So that's story 1? Oh, it wasn't even story 1! So many stories have unlocked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 endings unlocked in 7 hours. Basically got an hour playthrough, more or less. Right. See if there's anybody on. Because I need to get something to eat. I'm getting a headache.
Right, coming now, honey boo. Eat
Okay,
one drink.
bye.
He's like, what?
Yeah, okay, babe. Where did we leave off? Oh, we just killed the sentinels, didn't we? Okay, if you go... What am I doing? If you go to... Where are we going next? I'm trying to think where's next. I'm trying to think of the... There's a few places we can go, but I'm trying to think where the best place to go in for the order to do things easiest. I think if we just carry on, actually, we'll do the Lost Bastille. Yeah, so just go back to the... I think it's called Servants' Quarters in the Lost Bastille. The bonfire we got up to.
Alright.